Okay. Bark to you too. Thank you. What is wrong with my mic? Okay, better. Sorry, my microphone. I've had a day, first of all. As you may notice, hey Sammy, weren't you gonna play Three Houses today? I will remind you, my Three Houses playthrough was always under the stipulation that I would be able to get my capture card working. You might say, hey Sammy, why was your mic all weird? I don't know. Oh my god. So I have been looking into my capture card stuff, and today I was trying to hook everything up, and the good news is my Switch is fine. That seems to work just fine. The bad news is, naturally, of course, yes, the capture card is a problem. And the capture card is so much of a problem, it had me hunting through all of my, like, USB plugins, and I think my mic was one of those things that got unplugged at one point, and because of that, it reset my entire mic settings. So it was like at 100% sensitivity, maximum sensitivity. You could hear the walls breathe levels of sensitivity. Which, you know, of course I didn't know about because... What happened? Anyway, hi guys. How's it going? Hi Brickle Bork. I love your name. That's great. How are you? So yeah, OBS is haunted. Not OBS really. It's more like my computer is. So the big problem, it was a curse day. The big problem is my capture card claims it does not have a 3.0 slot that it is being put into, right? It says like, oh, I need a USB 3.0 slot, otherwise I can't work. And I'm like, that's funny because you're inside of one. Which is what I also say to your mom when she you know, it's strange. So I tried every USB slot I had. Several of them are 3.0 slots, and it's still like, no, it doesn't work. And I'm like, okay, sure. So then I continue on my intrepid quest to try to make anything make sense. And no matter what I do, the capture card says I need a 3.0 slot, and I have a 3.0 slot. Like, I do. But for some reason, she just didn't want to work. So I checked through everything, and I'm looking for, like, cords and stuff. It's like, maybe I need, like, a different cord. Like, maybe I need, like, a USB to, like, 3.0 cord. Maybe that's the problem, is, like, I have a bad cord, or the cord died, or, like, the cord looks fine to me. But who knows, right? It's anybody's guess. Nothing makes sense, and the points are made up. So I fuck around with that for a while, and then I
Thanks
realized...
to the Wandering Nomad for my sub gift.
And then I realized I have to eat food, and, like, get ready and stuff. So I'm like, okay, fine, we're just gonna play 14. So it's always good to come back to 14, right? We love 14 for many reasons. Anyway, hi. I hope you guys are well. I hope it's not a driver's issues either, Brickle. Well, I should check my drivers as well. I didn't check those, admittedly. I'm kind of thinking it could be the cord. Top of the Killer Mr. update coming next month. I'm excited. We're gonna see. Oh wait, it was a 3-month gifted sub, wasn't it? You're a delight, Nomad. Thank you. Also, Kyo, that was funny. I liked the Pirates of the Caribbean joke there. And thank you for the 38 months. Did you know that 3 plus 8 is kind of poggers? That's also 38. Wow. Yeah. Bum 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 bum. Oh, love Eris. What a gal. Cool. So, gamers, hi. Like I said, we weren't really sure how this stream was gonna be because could have been a 3 houses stream because I do want to play it and I haven't given up on it. But remember that it is entirely dependent on whether my capture card wants to work on me. So, whoops, we're playing 14 right now. That's okay. I haven't played 14 in a little bit, so I feel like this will be fun. Sorry about the OBS and the USB 3.0 drama. It's pain. And then yeah, then it reset like everything on me, which is silly. So, anyway, we're here in 14 now. Everyone say hi to Eris. You have to say hi to her. And there's been a lot of stuff that we haven't really done in a long time. I do want to remove some of my inventory slots since I'm still legally obligated to do so by you guys. But I also want to go try some of the new stuff that came out with like the most recent patch and such, right? So, I'm thinking bunnies. I'm thinking bunnies. What was the last thing you did in FF14? I did the event, the Halloween event. All Saints Week. Which I did actually do on stream, because it was, we finished, Deltarune. Hello, Rodian, nice. I've been on the front lines for so long. I am happy to hear that you're also a Ro. Well, this is a Ro stream. This is the Femro Supremacy stream, actually. Hello to the giant Femro who gives great hugs and makes the big explosions. True! She's a pyromaniac! Let's go! I love this outfit on her, too. This is such a good outfit. I do want to make something with the heavy coat. The heavy coat of casting. But I need to get it to be dyeable, which means I think I have to do I have to get the items from the raid stuff. But yes. I misread that as big expansions at first. Lamau. Oh my god. I somehow managed to get the return status without getting my house deleted. Damn, then. Impressive. I should actually probably pop by my house, too. One day we will fully decorate my house. One day. We got like half of it done. And we kind of stopped. Oh, Ro. Over there. Over there. Over there. Send the word. Send the word. Over there. Oh, God, do I remember? But yeah, remember femrose, rows are the best. This is just an objective fact. I've convinced many people to join in rowification over the years. I will not stop. I'm a row bro man. No, you wrote. I just said rows are the best. I said it generally rows are the best. Rodians are the best, right? This includes row bros. Row your boat. That does include you. You are also the best. Femrows are like slightly cooler. What's Eris's lore? Well said. Right, a bunch of you guys don't know about Eris, do you? Do you want to see my 60 different fics on AO3 for her? That number's not an exaggeration. I believe it's 60-something. Not all of them are complete. Some of them are like FF yeah, a lot of you don't know about Eris. Okay. Well, if I have to talk about her, I guess. No, but seriously, on my AO3 account, there is like dozens and dozens of like pieces of Eris stuff. I wrote a lot when I first started playing her. Hi Zoe, as a max height femme Elsa, I do enjoy that I select y'all. Anytime. And I love looking down on you. Saga goes back almost 5 years. Oh god, it has been like 5 years. Every bit of it. Even her meltdown because of her husband. The one with the ears. No, the other one with the ears. We'll get to that. Okay. So, if you want to know Eris's lore, there's a lot. I will summarize certain parts. Eris is a femro. Look at her. She's beautiful. She's so beautiful. I'm so beautiful. I'm also the one who convinced Ashley to be a femro too. I don't know if you guys know that, but that's some secret lore. I take credit. As for Eris though, most important part. Long time ago, Eris was a pirate, quite properly. This is when she was pretty young. She never finished her actual education. So as kind of a teenager, she was, she kind of like abandoned, she ran away from home, she abandoned her schooling, and became a pirate. She's a Ligma Liminsa born, if you will, and she, as a result, has a lot of loyalty and love for the city. And she, became a pirate, because that's kind of what you do. And then she was a pirate for a few years, and as a part of the pirate crew, she was on the cannon crew. And as a part of the cannon crew, she had like a loading dock, and she directed the cannons and stuff like that. Worked with cannons, things like that. This is the start of Eris's love for explosions. This is important lore. And she was a part of the cannon crew and got the nickname Sea Hammer, because when she would fight, during engagements and stuff, something that she would sometimes do, even if she's supposed to be working on the cannons. But if you're right next to a ship, I mean, you might as well. She would use a hammer, because she's used to the loading hammers and the loading bells for cannonballs and stuff like that. So she would use a hammer, hence her last name, which is Sayhammer. That literally is her last name, right? Like, Sayhammer Eris, right? So this is, and Say in the linguistics essentially means sea. So she is Seahammer Eris. I actually think it's Sai. I think it's pronounced Sai, but it means sea. So she is Seahammer. This is because Eris does not like her actual name, which you may notice she does not have a Rhodian name, and that is intentional because she was named by her parents, whom she does not like. She ran away from home for a reason. And Miss Oceanhammer gave herself the name. She got the nickname Seahammer and then named herself Eris because she just likes the name. It's a fun name. That name is important later. But she was a pirate for several years until the calamity happened, in which, well, things did not go well. They did not go well for poor Eris, and it kind of ruined her life a little bit, where she had lost a lot of people around her. Not the entirety of her crew, that was yet to happen. But when she eventually went home to try to seek out her family after the calamity, just to see if they were okay, her parents had died in the calamity. Her siblings were okay, but the relationship's icy at best. And with all of that having happened, she kind of becomes a pretty fatalistic person, and she becomes a bit cynical. This is important for later. And as a result, she continues her piracy for a couple more years' time until essentially the start of the game, right? ARR, which is immediately preceding Eris losing her crew in an engagement. And essentially losing the ship and the crew. While she was never a captain, she lost the remaining people that she essentially cared about. And during the engagement, she lost her eye. She lost her right eye, and has the scar for it. And one of the things that stuck with her is that the enemy ship that destroyed her own ship and her crew had a thaumaturge that had very powerful explosive magic. So, what does she do upon surviving the shipwreck and that fight? She goes, well, fuck it, I got nothing to live for. I'm gonna go learn how to do that. And she goes to Thanalin to learn how to become a black mage, right? To become a thaumaturge. She goes to Ul'dah, begins learning that, then the ARR events begin to happen. Right? So she is a warrior of light. She's a proper wool PC. And the unique thing about her, I would say, is that Eris is deeply cynical, and she is deeply unheroic, and still tries to be the hero to the best of her ability. A lot of the MSQ, especially through the Ascian saga, so to speak, Eris is in a bad place mentally and emotionally, and struggles quite a bit with a lot of things that happen around her. She finds a new family, both within the Scions and the friends that she makes. Right? She's big on friends. She loves her friends, but she is a deeply unaltruistic person. Like she does not have a good. Like, I wouldn't call her a good. I don't know. A good guy, she kind of is, like, but I wouldn't call her, like, a good person. She tries to be, though, which I think makes her interesting. It's like a kind of a counteract to her, like, cynicism. Because she lost a lot of things that she really cares about, but all that happened before ARR. And then she loses more things. And it's really hard on her. What character is this? We're talking about Eris. We're talking about my Warrior of Light, because people are asking me what her lore is. But hi, Silver. And, you know, and that's kind of like where the line kind of moves, is like the whole, like, Weapon of Light saga and, like, Weapon of Light idea is something we do have a redeem for this, actually, yes. Is a thing that I really quite like. Because Eris feels a lot more like a weapon than she does a person throughout most of the story. And thus has a lot of issues with a lot of people. But she still tries to help. She still tries to do what she can. Problem is, Eris is really only good at blowing things up. And Despite being a rather physical woman, she learns black magic, gets really good at it, and when she becomes a black mage, she actually gets a new eyeball. Which is why her eye's purple. That's why she has two different eyes. Her eyes were originally golden, and then she gets her cursed void eye, which is based off of a little bit of black mage lore about black mages covering their eyes to avoid possession, and about eyes being the window into the soul. So, the lore of her getting a job stone, her black mage stone, and the magic and the void energies affecting her and going into her body, which is accurate black mage lore, is what gives her her void eye, which is a funny little void eye. And you might say, Sammy, that sounds really chuny and edgy, and I go, I'm playing the chuny class. What did you expect? It's literally the chuny class. So, yeah. And throughout kind of the story, and this is summarizing a lot of stuff, but throughout the story, Eris kind of goes through some ups and downs. One of her big downs is sort of like Stormblood into Shadowbringers was a very dark time for her. And she battles a lot with, and this is something that's seen in some of her AO3 stories too, she battles a lot with things like alcoholism and depression, and a lot of like very dark topics. But still tries to save as many people as she can. Usually by killing things, because that's what she's mostly good at. Also, Eris, throughout most of the story, is essentially illiterate because she never finished her schooling and doesn't remember much and isn't very good at it. By the time Dawntrail rolls around, I do have it decided that the Scions, like post-Endwalker, were trying really hard to get Eris to read, to teach her how to read. Met with varying success. But by the time Dawntrail rolls around, Eris is better at reading and stuff. But it's hard. It's hard for her. Was the post about Yoshi P headcutting his wool being an orphan having eyes like low and using xenoglossy? I know being a literacy professor is kind of funny. It's hilarious. Yeah. She is a bit like a mech pilot, and Sank, yes, she does regret massively not reconciling with her parents. She never had a chance to reconcile with her parents. Narwhal was illiterate too. She never had a formal education. Yeah! Hell yeah. Hi Lena, how are you? But another reason why she has beef with her parents too is Eris's bump 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 bump. She's trans. That's a big part of the reason she ran away from home in the first place. Which is something that's not immediately obvious because just look at her. But Phantasias exist, don't they? So they canonically exist. Minfilia gives you one. So Eris's, of course, looks very different than what she was. But one of her chief regrets with her parents is they never got to see her as her. They never got to see her as her. And she often wonders if that was a good idea to run away or not. But she'll never know. Which is, yeah, it's sad. It's very sad. I do have a... No, her parents are dead. Her parents are dead, Lena. Nope, she was always a Rhodian. Eris was always a tried and true Ro. Born and raised in Limsolaminsa, was a Ro her whole life. Changed gender, but not species or anything. Her name, though, is because obviously, yes, her Ro name is masculine, and that's why she changed her name. She changed her name to Eris. Right, but she just likes the name. I wonder who else is called Eris. Which, I don't know how far people are within 14. I assume most of you are probably caught up, I would assume. But I can give more spoilerific details about, like, the later parts of, like, the story and whatnot that are big deals. Oh, it could not be Endwalker related to the name Eris at all. Whoa, is Eris a Greek name? Whoa, I didn't even plan that. I stumbled into it. It was a brilliant, brilliant coincidence. I like post Shadowbringers, but I'm not worried about spoilers. I got you saying. Yeah, then I won't say too terribly much, but Endwalker, Eris had a rough go of it for pretty much the entire game. Dawntrail truly is her, like, vacation. And that's why, like, Eris and Dawntrail for, like, the whole thing is like, wow, this is crazy. Anyway, I'm here to have fun, baby. Like, whoa, evil lizard man. Boom, stay down. All right, pina coladas, let's go, baby. Like, that's pretty much her entire vibe through, like, Dawntrail is like, hey, I'm an old hag now, Wuklamit. Now it's time for you to learn how to be a hero. And she's like, what? You're not that old. And Eris is like, let me retire. Please. Except she'll never retire, because she can't retire, right? She wouldn't let herself retire. The prophecy aligned. Hell yeah, Lena. Eris is totally a white mage bane. Down with white mages. Down with white mages. Eris, oh my god. Officially localizes Eris. Oh my god. Yeah, for Eris, Dawntrail is Tuesday. That is true. Evil Eris be like, I don't like explosions. Oh, that's another thing too. I mentioned it, but she is a pyromaniac. And I mean that in, like, every way I could mean that. She is an actual pyromaniac. She loves explosions. She loves fire. She loves destruction. Again, not very heroic of her. She loves causing massive collateral damage. And all she does is really blow stuff up. Which also, you know, hurts her complex and stuff too. Chaotic, as is her namesake. Yes, that is very true. She is very chaotic. In the background of every cutscene, just doing determined at everyone. Pretty much. My will and yours would like each other so much they should meet. They should meet. I agree, Lena. They should maybe high five. But yeah, Eris, if you want to know Eris's ships, she has... Eris is multi-ship depending on the universe that she's in. Belle Eris, Ashley's Warrior of Light, Belle Riley and Eris have a ship together. That's probably the most prominent wool ship on wool ship, right? That we have. And we've had one for a while. What about the pirate ship? Pirate ship. As for in-game, Eris has had a couple of very messy relationships. One of which, and some of you will judge me, but if you're new, you don't know. But one of her ships, one of her actual canonical relationships, was with Xenos. As I said, she's very messy. She's better now, though. That's just canon. Teehee. If you're new to Sammy lore, we like it juicy here. Juicy. She did not, in fact, fix him. No, she did not fix him. But one of her ships is with Xenos. Well, I mean, her canonical relationships go what is it? She dates Thancred for a while. Oh, more flowers. Thank you for the lilies. Here, have have pasta for you. Messy Xenos relationships with walls unite. But yeah, she dated Thancred for a while when they first met up. When they first met, because he's like the first Scion you meet in Ul'dah. And then he turned evil. So then they broke up. She shaved her head. That was a whole thing that happened. Eris has a habit of changing her hair pretty dramatically too. And then they become really awkward like exes until they eventually turn into being best friends. And now they're buddies. They're just good buddies. She kind of had a thing, or I should say, wanted to have a thing with Yazael. Yazael was too busy fucking dragons. And then she died, and then Eris was like, well, okay. Cool, moving on, I guess. Then Xenos happened, to everyone's regret. Then there was the whole, like, weird dynamic with, like, Emmett and, like, the past, and who she was, and that sort of thing. And then she came out of that, and then there was Graha, who was like, hey, I like you, and Eris is like, you're kind of pathetic, though. And he's like, is that an attractive feature? She's like, maybe. And canonically, as of at least my whims have been right now, her and Graha are in a relationship. Which has lasted, surprising everyone. Wet cat boy. Surprising everyone, including herself, because she is an absolute mess. And he's good for her, because he's not. Oh, now he's the sexiest man alive. True. Now he's the sexiest man alive. Strong woman with weak, pathetic men, bisexual agenda liberals want. Exactly. There is a really touching fic I did write of Eris being... Eris drinking way too much. Because again, she's an alcoholic. And Graha, like, helping her, like, drag her, like, back to a bed to lay her down in. And she's huge and he's small. And they have, like, a really sweet conversation and stuff. And he's just like... Because that's another thing, too. Eris's, like, canonical height is, like, 8.5 feet tall. Like, she's absolutely massive, even for a row. That's because of reasons, because of Shadowbringers, that she's especially large. Yeah. She's especially big. Bigger than a normal row. Love to Xenos is taking 1,000 fireballs to the face. Exactly! You get me! Raha's messy in a different way. Boys get so much imposter syndrome. Exactly, yeah. Which I think is why Eris and Graha make a good, like, a good relationship. Because, like, yeah, Raha has a lot of imposter syndrome, but Eris is always unapologetically herself, despite all of her mess that, like, the mess of her going on. So she's very unapologetically her, and she's very confident normally, right? Which is something that I feel like counterbalances his own, like, anxieties in a good way. But then he's the type of guy, you know, who drinks water, takes care of himself. Like, he's able to, like, not neglect needs, and is able to identify, like, you know, kind of basic health and stuff, and Eris is very bad at that because she's typically very depressed. Like I said, by the time, like, Dawntrail rolls around... Ashley, I'm explaining Eris lore because I realized a bunch of people don't know her. Speaking of Eris's spouses... Bell Riley spotted. Ashley, we need Eris and Bell Riley to hold hands. Stat. Depressed? Has she tried not being that? Nah, she's very fatalistic. We do. Absolutely. Big true. Big true. Eris and Shadowbringers be like, OG Bell Riley, hello. I'll ever have the technology for that emote. Say that for Final Fantasy 17 or 18, whatever it will be. You're back there. OMG, Belle Riley, hello. Yeah. But yes, it is convenient that Belle and Eris's like role, like their character lore fits into each other really nicely, as Ashley and I discovered. Also, we love Femrose in this house. Let's go. Remember that Belle Eris Shadowbringers reunion fic? Good shit. Good shit. Honestly, I do want to write more too. The problem is I have a lot of writing projects. I got a lot of writing projects, chat. I do. I got so many. I have so many. I have too many. And I keep like working on them and stuff, and I need to like work on them and stuff. Excuse me. Especially since I'm actually like writing a novel, and I need to like focus on that, and I have been, but that's to the detriment of like anything else. And there was that whole Miriam and Midnight fic that I had to write, which is basically done, but I still haven't quite finished it. My Persona Yuri, which is, again, that chapter's basically done. That Beautiful Journey stuff, that again has had 3 completed chapters, I just haven't revised them. Some of the Belle Eris stuff I have that's like half done, half baked. The Ikoto social, right? The Ikoto fic, which is like 4,000 words deep and still not finished. Yes, Lena. She's always got way too much for a short story, but I don't really want to write an entire novel. Writing an entire novel is very hard. It is very difficult. By God, it will happen though. On everything I am, I promise you. Anyway, do you have any specific questions about Eris lore? If anyone has any questions. Rosie Top and dress in the new haircut. Yeah! She looks great. The wolf cut I love for her. I forget the name it's called. It's so good though. Semi looking beautiful. Pork found in kitchen? True! Yes, I'm alright. Am I finished work? Oh, I'm sorry. Best I could use 50 whips. Yep, pretty much. Yeah, basically. Kind of curious about Eris's past. Did you catch my meaning? Are you talking about like the old world? What's it called? The Ancients. You're talking about that? I'm glad you did. Or the first, do you mean? Do you mean like Shadowbringers, like on the first, or do you mean like the Ancients, like the old world? Like I said, I'm trying to be as unspoilerific. Okay, Ancients. Okay, perfect. Yep. So, oh no, the ads. Essentially, it's real easy. Like I hinted at it a little bit, but Eris, again, following the Warrior of Light stuff, Eris is Asm, or was, right? Was at a point in time she was Asm. And she was much, her Asm was much like herself, except without kind of all the messy bad parts. She was chaotic and she was fun and rambunctious and she liked explosions. But she was much better adjusted, much happier, and kind of grew up in a much better, she grew up better, right? Also had a husband. I know, scary husband. Things were pretty good. She had a good time. Made Emmett's life a living hell, in his own words. True! But there's another really cute fic of Azam Eris and Emmett in ancient times, like walking across the street when it's like raining and stuff, and then like talking about like rain and life and whatnot. It's really sweet. And her husband had a husband. No, he didn't. No, he didn't. There was no throuple. No. Get out of here. But yes, Emmett, Hades, and her were married. Actually, they were just full blown married, and had been for some time. They met through work, you know, typical stuff. Saying he has two hands. No, I have one hand. Okay. And Azam Eris's name was, in fact, exactly what you think it was. It was Eris. It was Eris, right? Fits the Greek theme, fits the character naming conventions, and really fits the whole, like, I'm gonna name myself something different. I don't know, this Eris name sounds nice. I just like it for some reason. Also, thus the maximum angst to our lovely Femro Eris. Oh, and that's another thing too. This is another little detail. Azam Eris is shorter than Emmett, than Hades. She's shorter than him. But then, in Shadowbringers and stuff, Femro Eris is taller than him. Which is funny, because she said she'd always figure out a way to be taller. She found a way. Kind of. Yeah. That would piss Evan off more than anything else Eris has ever done. Exactly. Exactly. He was definitely seething. Like, the first time he sees her, and he's like, wait. Just, like, walks up to her, like, looks up at her, he's like, fuck. And then Femro Eris is like, what the fuck is, what do you mean, fuck, huh? And he's like, I have to go think about something. And he just runs off to kick rocks. Of course she'd find a way to be taller. Of course. No, why would she do anything else? But yeah, again, unintentional, but I think it's hilarious. But also, again, maximum angst because Femro Eris and Emmett don't have the same relationship. Though there is a thing going on, or was kind of going on. But, like, Femro Eris was not the same as Azam. And that was very intentional of, like, she's not the same, right? Hence, kind of, you know, the whole part of the story of, like, it's not the same person. She is, in fact, a different person. And while she may feel a familiarity towards him, it's not the same. And that, of course, is at the same time, you know, Raha's kind of coming back into the picture. So especially by, like, you know, Endwalker and stuff, it's kind of like, well, like, I'm not the person you want me to be, and I'm not her, right? So maximum angst there. Juicy. Eris is a very angsty kind of warrior of light story. I was really heavily inspired by, I mentioned Weapon of Light, but the Weapon of Light line and a lot of Stormblood heavily influenced, like, the way I wrote Eris. You know, some people want the plucky adventurer, the plucky hero, or something like that, and I think that's perfectly fine, you know? Am I like pantsless or something? My ear. What do I have? I love Stormblood. Stormblood is my second favorite X-Pack. It was my favorite for a long time, but I think I can say Dawntrail did replace it. I think Dawntrail is my favorite, but Stormblood is my second favorite. I love Stormblood. Love, love, love Stormblood. A controversial opinion, I know, within the 14 community. I love Stormblood though. Just don't. Just. I know, I liked it. If Stormwell has no lovers, I'm dead. True. Who cares what the grifters think? For real, for real. I can recognize that not everything was done, like not everything that happened in Stormblood was perfect. Like I can recognize that there are some flaws, right? But I love Stormblood. I love Stormblood so much. And you're never going to convince me that Stormblood is bad. Sorry, but it's just not going to happen. For all the eye level stuff. Asia. For real, like, I love Stormblood to pieces. I really do. You will not convince me otherwise. There, oh, right there, missed it. People that think Stormblood is bad, people who want politics out of video games. Hey, I agree, I agree, Keith. Yeah, I really do. Like, obviously, you know, you're allowed to have whatever kind of game opinions you want. Like, I'm not here to tell you that you can't like Stormblood, or like that you can't not like it, right? Like, that's fine, right? Sure, fine. Whatever. I don't have a problem. Perfect. Problem solved. Died. I got that cool purple helm. And I'm not gonna need that though, so that. There you go. Look at that. That's so much better. There's so much more space. Billy, I talked to MSQs too. I would like Shadowbringers more if people didn't overhype it. Correct. I completely agree. I like Realm Reborn more than Heavensward. I completely agree. I don't like Heavensward, truly. You know, I mean, I shouldn't say I don't like Heavensward. It's my least favorite. Heavensward is my least favorite. I like ARR more than Heavensward because I have some pretty serious points of contention with Heavensward. Not every part of it, right? There's some parts I really like, but I would say it's definitely at the bottom of like all of the FF14 stuff. And I still like Shadowbringers. I think Shadowbringers is probably my number 3. Love Shadowbringers, but I do think it is a little overhyped. And guys, we forget about Ranjit a lot. I haven't forgotten about Ranjit. Huge problem in Shadowbringers. huge problem in Shadowbringers. We forget about him so bad, though. He's in so much of the X-Pack, and no one remembers him, but he's in so much of it, and he's awful! Ah! You like, and that's some of my beef, is like, say what you will about Stormblood. Stormblood does not have a Ranjit, though. Stormblood has good villains. Stormblood has several villains, and all of them are good. Like, it's kind of crazy how you can do that successfully. And, like, the other villains in Shadowbringers are great, too. But remember, Emmett is only, like, he's only, like, an antagonist for a very small part of the story. Like, it's just not the same. Because people play him up to be this, like, oh my god, he's, like, the coolest, awesomest bad guy ever. And it's like, well, he's barely a bad guy through most of the story. You know? There are parts where we, like, there's conflict, and his story is really interesting. He as a character is really interesting, right? But he's most of the time, he's kind of just hanging out. like you know, he's really not this central big evil bad. Like, I would say, in terms of direct antagonists, especially for the Asians, Elidibus is far more of an antagonist than Emmett was. You know, like Elidibus was like really much more of a direct antagonist to us for significantly longer throughout the game. Right? Ranjit could be cool if he never fought the Warrior of Light. He should have been Thangrid's personal antagonist, and he should have been the one to kill him, in my opinion. Correct. Completely agree. I also don't like one specific part of Shadowbringers Island that probably is obvious as it involves Y'shtola. Yeah. No, Thangrid's weird old rival. Yeah, Y'shtola, oh my god, I have problems with Y'shtola throughout the entire series. Y'shtola with the Zero stuff and the Void stuff was cool. That is about the only part of the story I like Y'shtola in. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, my beautiful, beautiful exposition cat. But they regaled you to just being an exposition dump NPC throughout almost the entire game. I feel bad for her. So yeah. Yeah, like he does nothing in this fight with Tancred, and you fight him in the dungeon. So, no, a lot of the X-Packs of like 14 are pretty good, but the reasons I like Stormblood and Dawntrail are absolutely because they tell more human stories. They tell very human stories and very like these very I shouldn't say very grounded. They are much more grounded. Even Dawntrail, with its whole everything, is still more grounded than a lot of the like Ancients and like Ascian storylines, right? The whole Ascian stuff I don't mind, but I was very happy to be done with it. Because we're done with it, right? We're done. Right? Right? But yeah. So extension that almost fully shaped the story going forward. There's also a lot of hype moments in Aura. True. Yeah, I mean, Shadowbringers is good, right? Like, Shadowbringers, it does feel like the development team are like really hit their stride, you know? They really kind of like got it. You know, honestly, we're gonna keep yapping about everything, so let's just like go ahead and get this stuff started so we can yap and do this stuff, because I'm sure we're gonna have plenty of yap time here. My name anyway. Greetings and salutations, my good man. I'm called Nameway. As for you, I suppose we shall see. But I'm curious, I've heard of other lovers roaming the city along your charmingly fuzzy like myself, like yourself, you know? Met a whole colony of them on the moon. Even an entire fluffle. How did I ever get up there? These little fairies have released these reliable means of transit to the moon. I hear about this sooner. What you say is true. Well, last I can return home to my beloved Lanatorium. Oh, happy day. Can't believe what I've endured on this star. It's been one ordeal after another. Then first I was studying theories over 100 years ago. Mine was a solitary mission of tremendous importance. I vowed to see it through. As my survey part suffered a bit of a rocky landing, smashed to smithereens, unless I was stranded on the star. No method of connecting to my compatriots. But I despair, no! My duty is to scour every island of the world over my lonesome, trusting that someday, somehow I'd make it home. But until recently, I remember that a rumor of moon folk sitting upon the bastion of scholars for 20 years. Immediately stowed away in a vessel bound for Charlie and investigate the veracity, and here we are. I have had errand to return to Beast Space Burrow and reunite with my comrades, so please, will you tell me how to reach my Lanatorium? Tower of Babel, you say? As a little girl I met some few decades ago, I dare say I have no trouble finding my way there again. However, in other ways, I'm not sure what command or welcome awaits me, given the familiarity with my kin. Serve as a moral support. I should indeed have crossed paths with someone so kind that without further ado, I should meet you at Lanatorium. Quest accepted. The current list is Stormblood, Endwalker, Dawntrail, Shadowbringers, AR, Heavensward. Minus the stuff in Azael. I will not lie, Heavensward kind of struggled to hold me. But I was also playing when the only way to get advanced classes was leveling 2 classes. Fair, Kaiju, fair. Yeah, I think my list is probably Dawntrail, Stormblood, Shadowbringers, Endwalker, ARR, Heavensward. They're not quite the same, but pretty similar. You know. Though, to be fair, like, Dawntrail through Endwalker, I all really quite liked. ARR, I enjoyed well enough. Heavensward, it was fine. Another gate. Honestly, Endwalker was pretty good too. I just, man, I think they did Xenos very dirty. They lied to you, Kaiju. It was the Dragoon chapter. Really, it was my idea of a relaxing climb. You should have really considered giving that old tower a fresh coat of paint, or at least removing some of the more sinister devices. Nevertheless, here I am. Yeah, sinister. That's true. Benui. Things may have changed since my absence. No mistaking it. I've come home. Moon bunnies. It seems the lights are on the burrow. Are on at the burrow, shall we? There he goes. Oh. Benuis. Are his eyes a different kind of color of blue? They look like it? I loved his like jacket over shoulders fit that he had in the in-between patches and like for Shadowbringers. I loved that outfit. And that's the outfit they gave him in Dissidia too, I believe. Yeah, no, Fen, honestly, I think the Xeno stuff could have worked in Endwalker had they done it differently. I do not like how it went down. Right? And like, they could have just had him stay dead in Stormblood. That could have been fine. But with, like, how he worked in Endwalker, I did not like that. Surely it's not him, is it? It was a mistake, that red garb. Yes, it is I, Naming Way. Ever so glad to see you are all awake. Naming Way? Is you? Where have you been for the past century? Searching Way. I was surveying the theories as you ordered, but I'm afraid there were complications. Eris is looking around. Oh my god, that's funny. The survey pod was destroyed. We got a catastrophe. Early my ability to travel. My mission was a success, and I return to you now with a shocking revelation. The people are the theories you see. Are tiny, every last one. Era's like, are you sure? Tragic, isn't it? We've been away for some time. The regular encounters with, Eris and her fellows. I find it hard to believe, but the final days have been averted entirely. There's no need to evacuate the theories. Our job is done. What is what? Poor Bunny. Aimed at Elmi, entire century of hard work has come to naught. Lose heart, my friend. The Lopez may have no longer Heidelin given purpose, but we're free to discover new dreams of our own. Really? What's your new dream, Searching Way? My dream. My dream! Well, I have the greatest dream of all. I call it the Cosmic Exploration Initiative. Not bad for an namaste. Name was always a forte, not mine. Jude suggested the carrots of happiness, not to mention best ways burrow. That was before you got a 4th century additive insight under your belt. But what if you found a new purpose that you like? Imagine how many discoveries await us in other stars. They'll need names, you know. Anyway, you want me to name your discoveries? Not for duty's sake, but for the simple joy of it? Should be glad to. I can think of no other nomenclature prospect more enticing. What about you, Eris? Love you, Kiki. Hope you have a good dinner. Gonna be join us at the final frontier, thing of a strange new world, just waiting to be beyond to be explored. Nice Star Trek joke. And some manage the cargo list. Oh, and some rock salt. Fantastic! Welcome aboard. Everyone, we take you to the base of operations straight away. And longer shadow bringers, bringing in there, and Dawntrail toss up. Nice. Yeah, no, honestly, Kaiju, I agree with you. I do love Xenos as a reflection, and the fist fight at the edge of the world was fucking awesome. I just really think there could have been a better way to have gotten to that point. Me realize that I haven't actually done all the 8th requests. Jeez. Should go get those done. Can I build down here? Yes, you're all down here. Um, I agree. Half of Anarcho was kind of sitting there just like, how does Xeno play this again? Like, it just kind of, he felt like a weird inclusion. Like, they should, if they were going to use him, they should have used him for something else. Like, I still think probably the right thing to have done was to do everything. Do the whole, like, setup with, do the whole setup with, like, Zodiark. And then at 83, all that goes down, and then Xenos just goes, well, I guess I'm going to join you. Because I have nothing better to do. And because of the circumstances that we surrounded ourselves with, there was kind of like we couldn't really turn down his help. And then he could have been with us through a bunch of the shit that happens, and still could have had the fated battle at the edge of the universe, because it could have been like, there could have been a whole thing of like, oh, he gets to learn more about like the impact that he's had and like the wrongs that he has done, and maybe we can see that like some potential regret, but also staying true to the character, some acknowledgement that that's just the way he is, and he can't really change. Hence the final battle at the edge of the world that could still happen, and then that could be more of like a twist and more of like a final confirmation on the character. And also kind of like a bit of a tragic moment in its sense, because it would also be communicating that like you can't really save everybody, or you can't save someone from their self. You can't save someone who doesn't want to be saved. You know, kind of take some of the lessons from Emmett, but like do them a bit better and with a bit more screen time. You know, that could have been really, really cool. And I don't think that would have been too difficult. You know, but like, instead he just wasn't there for most of it. Still had one of my favorite lines of the entire X-Pack, and still one of my favorite lines of the entire game, which is just the one bit of the, would you prefer if I had a better reason? Or a good reason? If it was good enough for you, would you prefer that? Just, ooh. Love it. He's awful. Because, like, hey, I'm totally down for, like, the character to still be a bad guy, to still be a villain. I think that's even good. I don't think I don't think you could really redeem him at all. And that's okay, because you can still have a character with the party, with the Scions function, provide a perspective, provide some development for himself and for other characters, and that could be really, really interesting. Yeah. I would have loved Reluctant Ally Xenos that joins your 83 and just sticks to your side until you get your duel at the end. Yep. It could have been really interesting. And then the whole bit about, you know, him helping you at the end would, like, have had a good build-up to it. And, like, it would all make more sense. There's an option to completely refuse him as well. I mean, I don't think that would make a lot of sense, because he would probably fight you anyway, right? Whether you refuse or not. But, like, you know, again, this is trying to stay trying to stay with like the character's like development. Driving away. Dashing sunglasses? Oh, yeah, he's got sunglasses. But yeah, I suppose your infant was packed for vacation. Let me ride to Burrow's best rover. They hammered anyway. I've joined the project. If you'd like to take them to the hub. Got it, boss. We'll be cruising on craters in no time. Listen here, the base is a long way out. Don't wait for an account of the magnetic interference. My way or the highway, got it? Lady first, but I don't want to go flying off the cosmos just yet. I'll take my own vehicle there and meet you. Xenos and Alizé in the party would be a disaster positive. Exactly. Like, it would be interesting, because then, like, the Scions can all have, like, the summary of their character summed up through their interactions with him, too. Through, like, facing this opponent of theirs, reconciling with that fact, and, like, you like interacting, right? Like, you know, like it could be interesting. So, I don't know. Oh, I agree, Kaiju. I think it was absolutely fucking perfect to have him there at the edge of the world. I just wish, like, everything else in Endwalker with Xenos would have been done better. And, like, truly, like, what are you supposed to do? Say no and he just lets you go? Like, of course he wouldn't let you go. He's obsessed. Get home with the Cosmic Exploration Initiative. Hooray! But, like, I get it. You know, Xenos is probably one of the most divisive characters in the entire game, I would say. Epic music. I think he's actually might be the most divisive character. More to be done, but our first priority is the completion and maintenance of the base here. After that, sky's the limit. Somewhat literally, as I discovered, the entirely new starship has required a mission is apparently not authorized to fly off the whole moon off to mother knows where. Time for our vengeance to be only moderately debt-defying, so it's vital we have a dock for landing craft and facilities to maintenance as well. There's specialized machinery and surveying and recovery materials, but you and you need to worry. Work will be divided amongst all of us. But will it indeed? Winter would take an army to handle all that. We have plenty of volunteers, Loperits, duty facility, cleaners, nothing resist the siren song of the unknown. Many pods truly make light work. Starship facilities are already operational, though we continue to test all of our fail-safes. Am I looking for laser set with the Sinus Odorium? Anyway, if you see anything you don't recognize, your task is to think a fitting name and report back. I'll ensure it's made official. Secretive one. Do so carefully consider monikers, enter the common place. True, I come in when all the work's done for me. Let's go. I'm a full use of your artisanal skills. Mission operation on this skill, communication experiment. Extra tablet. An issue for members of the initiative. Game's progress and requisitions update in real time. By proprietary tools for gathering and Cosmos proprietary prototype. You speak with a researching man for the details. I bet you go for it. It would have been really interesting, Kaiju. For real, for real. Cosmic Exploration. Oh, they're so cute. Rothgar makes space con. Yep. Taylor for future updates. Wahoo! Oh, that was easy. Look at me. Cosmic issue. Nah, who needs a guide? Oh, they have an item level? Average item level. Oh, my item level is lower. Oh, because my treats. Interesting. Can you buy do you buy gear here? Or is that a no-go? A trans-state knocked out all the Gather relics? Nice. First, I think a lot of issues Endwalker had about certain developed points also falls back on feedback going back to AR and its link. They got like so much flack for a second quest, it almost feels like the writers were scared to go the whole hog in the story and just decided for the expansion to hit the major story beats and give enough story killings that people in facepalm will try and cry out, not another ARR. Yeah, I think you're right, Shade. I also think Endwalker did an amazing job for trying to wrap up the story that it had, because I think the 10-year-long story of the whole Ascian saga, with many writers, many different designs of how the story is supposed to work, many different directions the story was moving in, I think Endwalker wrapped it up the best it possibly can. Which, to be fair, is, I mean, it was not perfect, but like, what the hell were they supposed to do, you know? Like, how do you, like, do a better job? It's very, very difficult. Only vendor gear, which is trash. Well, if it's got the right item level, that's all I care about. They're adorable. Bunnies. Bum. It's fairly impressive what they did manage to pull. It's not perfect, but in the end, nothing is true. I mean, it's only ever gonna be so good, you know. And like I said, I think they did a good job. I think Shade described it fairly well. Like, just like there's like so like it seems like they're scared of going like as in depth as they could have because there's so much they have to tie up. But like, how do you tie up so much? I like that Xenos is now transgender, apparently. Like, I don't know, like, I mean, I don't really want, like, a Xenos redemption arc. Because, like, I don't think, like, not every character needs a redemption arc, you know? And in my humble opinion, but I'm not high enough level for some reason. Yeah. Oh, that's a bummer. Is my botanist is, though. Okay. What if I trade to... There we go. I can probably do that. It'd be nice to level up my Fisher stuff, but I probably have to go do other stuff for that. Is letting Zero have more screen time real? Like, but like I am always a fan of a diversity of villains, and I'm always a fan that bad guys can just be bad. Like, it's okay for the bad guys to just be bad sometimes, you know? That average, okay, wait. Why did the item level go up? Okay. Except for the level cap missions? Okay. Yeah, if that's the case, then fuck it, I'll just try Fisher. I just want to see what we're about here. Yippee! How about sparkles? Oh. Wait a minute. Yeah, let's go. That's cool. I like that. Oh no. But yeah, no, like I'm always a fan of just like not every villain needs to be redeemed, and I don't even think many should be, because if every villain's redeemed, are they really villains at that point? And I think that's okay. Like, just it can be okay to just like for things to just be that way. Here's a fun 14 question from each expansion. Each expansion minus a Scions. Who's your favorite NPC? Yazael's my favorite from Heavensward. Xenos is my favorite from Stormblood. Shadowbringer's fave is probably... probably Emmett. Probably Emmett, I think. I do like him. I do think he's fun. Hooray! Ah, that was easy. Jump change. But and then Endwalker. Endwalker's harder. Raha counts as a Scion, so I can't pick him. Let's see. I'm trying to think of all the Endwalker NPCs. Don't need anything in the inventory. Amazing. Maybe that's how I will finally level up a crafter. Vanat's in the running for, I think, favorite Endwalker character. I did like her a lot. I like Vitra a lot too, though. I thought it was pretty cool. This is tough. It might be Vanat. Vanat, like... Vanat. She might be my fave from Endwalker. I feel like I'm forgetting about someone, though. Like, I feel like there's another character that I really liked in Endwalker. I just could not remember them. Arch. Nice. I can't remember. I mean, like, Zero's not really from Endwalker unless we're counting patch notes. Like, if we're counting patch notes, then it's most definitely Zero. I was considering the X-Pack itself, like the story itself. Dawntrail would be Llama T, easy. I think she's wonderful. I like Matsaya too, but no, I don't know. Not quite who I was thinking. Eris, you're so pretty. Remember when the graphical upgrade hit you and now I can see your lips better? Huh. Madonna good too. Love Nadana. Yeah. I think, yeah. Well, I mean, what are your guys' characters? I answered the question. What about you guys? You guys answered the question, no? You pick your favorite characters, Scions notwithstanding, from each X-Pack. Go. Go for it. Hooray! Nice. This is gonna be a good way to level up. Hell yeah. Hythlodia is an Endwalker character. I'd say probably more so Endwalker. Oh, let me in. I would count him as ew. Oh my god, I can't believe Kaishu thinks Hythlodia is gross. Fucked up and evil. How'd you be like, ew, Hythlodia? Isn't the real Hythlo? Yeah, exactly. I do think that. Go, Lena, go. Oh, I completely missed it, did I? That's fine. Redeem yourself. Wait. Close enough. I have it out for him. That's fair. That's fair. Remember, this is Final Fantasy XIV. We don't care what your sexuality is, but you better like men. That's how I would describe the game, in a myriad of ways. Me, it's Heaven's Word You Sail. Xeno / Lise. Love Lise. We are Lise stands here. Shadowbringers Ardbur. Oh, Ardbur! Yeah, okay. That's fair. But not Zero. Yeah. Fair, 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 fair. Big fair, big fair. Oh, that explains a lot. Yeah, it does, Fen. And like, you can't even really blame the fandom, because like the game is just like that, you know? It's like if a game is like, hey guys, this game is about eating cheese, and then a bunch of cheese eaters, you know, decide to start playing the game, you can't really be mad about that. You know, like you can't really be mad about that. That's just kind of like, yeah, this is a game for people who like to eat cheese, and people who like to eat cheese play the game. So yeah. Ooh, another catfish. I don't say that to be dismissive, though. I wish women were more important. Thankfully, we did get that in Dawntrail, though. So that's good. Only mad, I am however revengeful and never forgive the fandom for their treatment of Lise. Nor should you. Lise was fine. Oh, next level. Justice for Lise. Yeah, I could not agree with you more there, Kaiju. Ooh. As for me, Raban, Yaguri. Oh, I do love Yaguri. She's great. Green, Etienne, Erinville. Rosetsu or Sadu? Oh, love Sadu. Lena good too. Emily's. Shale. Oh, love Shale. Rosetsu, yeah. Rosetsu's good. Yeah, Lisa's a science still for Stormblood. That's fair. I mean, she kind of is. Alize, I do like Alize. She is so daughter. Yippee! Yeah. For real, for real. I'm trying to think of like other characters I quite like. Honestly, Dawntrail has a lot of them. Metian is good though. I mean, Stormblood has a lot of them too. I really do like Verdola. And I do like Sadu a lot. Serena's fun too. Being put in the expansion focus character box. No! Yeah, that really does happen, huh, Miss? Remember when they thought, like, Heian was gonna be, like, the most popular character ever? And then, like, he wasn't? Remember Heian? Remember that guy? He was a guy. Who? Yaguri's friend. No, for real, who? The Doma leader. Hooray, I did it! Yay! Yay, yippee! Oh, right! Yeah, no. I wasn't messing with anyone. It's now for the Yuri fans. Scream. I forgot men other than Xenos existed in Stormblood. It is. There are some, yes. actually blank on him for a moment there. Yeah, I mean, he... Yep. It is interesting to see what, like, X-Pac-centric characters get remembered and get reutilized. Because it's funny, because Sadu and Serena and even fucking Mr. Little Sun himself, we see more than, like, Heian. Which is weird, because, like, he's still around and he still does stuff. But, like, the Aura squad we see more of. Which is interesting, because they're like fan favorites, right? So they get, like, included. But, like, fascinating, isn't it? Oh, Moon Breeda, my beloved. I was too busy looking at my wife, Lise. True. True. Big fair. Flawed men are good writing, but flawed women are bad writing according to people with thinly veiled double standards. Never forgive, never forget. Oh, are we? Oh, it's over there. That's the problem. Get down there. Raban, the joke. I do like Raban. He's great. More male villains than Stormblood. Was my way was like, was Xenos just surrounded by evil women? Yes, he was. Xenos was too busy being surrounded by evil women. But also, you're right. Name Days was there too. He was a guy. I feel bad for that dude too. He was a very comedic villain until he was very abruptly not. But also that fits in really well with the whole, like, you know, war is hell type of story. Acai. Oh yeah, Acai. He was there. Hey, fat guy. Mr. Rip and Tear. Not bad for that guy. Did not deserve that. Ooh, cool. No, not the end. This is all the time I'm screaming Fujoing out for Xenos. For real. He just Fujoed out so hard he died. Nanamo! I love Nanamo. I love Nanamo. Frey? Oh yeah, if we count Frey, that's fair. Guess that's good. Oh. It was finally sold. Nice. Oh, Otis. I love Nanamo. I love me a pink little Lalafell. I made a pink Lalafell. I'm lotioning my hands while I fish. Lots of melancholy. My favorite Storybook character by my headcanon, he died in that fucking castle and the patch quests never happened. Hey, yeah. Honestly, 4.1 was fine. I liked learning more about Nanamo and the stuff with Raban and, you know, just like all the stuff that happens over there. And then 4.2 and 4.3 didn't happen. That never happened. And then it was really funny because then in 4.4 we got silly Y'shtola time and Little Sun and, you know, like that was great. It's weird how it went 4.1 to 4.4. That's crazy. That's crazy. I think everyone can just like universally agree that like 4.2 and 4.3 are probably like some of the worst like parts of the entire story. Oh my god. I do feel bad for Hien though, because for some reason his line was translated really poorly for those patches. Several of his lines were translated very badly, which gives an impression that he did not care about certain things that he did in fact care about. But if you're playing in English, like, I don't know, like I just there's a lot of there's a lot of problems with those patches. Cast to die gambling was never my vice. Also, too, I do kind of wish we would get more comfortable killing characters off. I really like those patches, actually. Oh. I see. Well, there, miss. There's a Gaius. Why are you here? Yeah, we could have just killed him off. That would have been fine. Hell yeah. No! I want the Cosmo Limit. I wanted to die. Or anyway, more like scamming way. True. Was it some of the stuff I gave you is from them? The flowers? That's simply people either really like or really hate Wurlit. Wurlit, I think as a quest series is really good. Like, I think the mech stuff and the fights are really good. The music is really good. Learning about Wurlit is really good. No, last time, like the mech. Oh, the mech! Oh, okay, I gotcha. Okay, I see. Thank you, miss. Chucks. And then Lord Farquaad with a milk fetish exists. True. And, like, I do think if we're going to have Gaius around, like, having, like, Gaius face consequences, serious consequences for his actions, are good. I'm not sure the way Werlick went about it, though, was the right way to do it. I think more things should have happened to him personally, like in a personal sense, rather than like, hey, we're gonna kill off these kids now. And it's like, okay, I know we're making like a like it's a mech reference, and the story is bleak. It's very bleak. But like, I feel like more could have personally happened to him as a form of comeuppance than just executing the children, because retroactively making him like a father is kind of odd. And I say this as like somebody who really liked Gaius's character and like ARR. Like I think he was like, I think he's honestly one of the best villains we've ever gotten, and I wish he was expounded upon more. You know, but like, there was a lot that could have went down way better, because like, especially like anytime you have like an imperialist like character and there's like a narrative about like a colony or like suppression and things like that, you have to be so careful to not come off as like some kind of like imperialistic savior figure. And while I'm not necessarily saying that Gaius did, it again feels like by the end of it, it's kind of like, well, now he's sad and all these kids are dead. But the actual comeuppance doesn't fit his crime, you know? Like, maybe, that's not the right, what am I trying to say? It's like, it doesn't, there is irony in like Gaius throwing himself behind super weapons and then people close to him dying in a super weapon, but like it's more emotional, and it sort of like softens his image, where like I think what would have been cool is if he had one child who was like dying because they were having to pilot like the mech, and then he himself steps into the mech, we have to destroy the mech, save him, pull him out of it, and he's been like he either dies sacrificing himself to save someone, which would be good, right? To save a place he conquered, which would be good. Or maybe it maims him, and like maybe it makes it so like he has some kind of like permanent like injury or like disability as a result. Like they like something gets sort of taken away from him in a regards. Like I don't advocate for torturing people, but like what if it like hit him in such a way to like show the cost of like war, but it was him, not like another character, you know what I mean? Punishment more personal when that is not his crimes. Yeah, because that would require more than just a one side quest worth of arc, and they can't give him more arc because that'd be a lot of content locked behind optional trials. Phoenix is allergic to just doing trials and raids with important side queries mandatory to progress the damage queue. Yeah, no, I mean, that's fair. Yeah, honestly, you're right. Like, I think Gaius is an interesting character. I like him, but like, I think to properly redeem him, there just needs to be more. Like, there needs to be more stuff. So like, they could have just killed him off, and that would have been fine. That happens with a lot of characters where it's like, I feel like you're doing some kind of redemption thingy, but it's okay if we just kill this person. It's okay, like, they can just end. It's fine. The side content dimension is starting to be a problem. I think the side content dimension is a serious problem. Like, like, I think it would have been like, yeah. Yeah, I don't think physical consequences are supposed to elicit sympathy or enjoyment. That's not what my argument is. It's supposed to be a cost, a serious cost to the crimes he has committed. Right? Like, it's not meant to generate sympathy for him or enjoyment. Like, it's meant to be a cost. It's meant to befit his actions more, right? Like, Gaius has done bad things, and he should probably pay for those bad things. But a bunch of kids dying themselves isn't necessarily good payment, even if it emotionally affects him, because they're sort of they're literally bearing the consequences with their lives, not him, right? Which is the problem. But it's that enjoyment of the story overall. I mean, I think it would have furthered us from, like, again, kind of like an idea of like an imperialistic savior a little bit. So I think that would have been good. Because I don't think they do a great job. And especially with how things end, it kind of feels like everyone's just like, yeah, he can hang. And, like, I don't think that sends a good message either. Granted, Werlet, there is a mention where, like, he's like, hey, if they want to, like, arrest me, they can. I won't resist. But, like, they don't. Right? Like, they don't do that. Honestly, I think it would have been cool if they did arrest him and they did put him on trial. And honestly, they could convict him. And maybe his punishment could be to, like, help rebuild Werlet. Right? Like, that is the sentence he serves. Like, he's essentially on, like, community service. That's the hard part of this. Prior to the weapons story, Geist is already doing the work to sabotage Black Rose and other Garland projects along with the proof that he hunted down the Ascians. True, but we see so little of that, which is the frustrating part. It would be nice to have that actually be in, like, the story more. We see Astinian and Gaius kind of go on their wacky adventures together, which is really interesting, and that's so little of the story. Imagine if at any point he interacted with Fordola. That would be awesome. That'd be so cool. That'd be so interesting, you know? Yeah, no, I agree with you. I hope the Beastmasters from Bozja, I hope they both show up in the side stuff. I really, really do. Like, next expansion, Julius, Gaius, and Fordola are our party. That would be interesting. Like, could you imagine, though, Julius, Gaius, and Fordola together in a group? That would be so interesting, though. Like, and that's honestly, that's some of my beef with Endwalker, too. That's some of my beef with Endwalker as well, is, like, I don't think Garlemald was handled well. And I don't think the Garleans have been handled well since, like, Stormblood. Because I think a story about imperialism is interesting and can be done well. Like, because we can, like, have, like, the comeuppance of the imperialistic natures of Garlemald and see how that changes. Like, what's Garlemald gonna do next? Like, how are they gonna transition into a republic? Yeah, we get a couple stories, we get, like, a couple of quests and, like, the patch notes and stuff, but, like, we don't, like, I want more. I want more of a focus on that, because Garlemald was so important for ARR and Heavensward, and, like, I mean, or at least a chunk of Heavensward, and Stormblood, and even in Shadowbringers, or parts of it, and then they just kind of stop. And it feels weird that we just dropped them like a rock, you know? In favor of, like, the more Ascian stuff, which, like, I do think is a side consequence of, like, I think a side consequence of, like, Shadowbringers. Shadowbringers came out and everyone loved the Ascian stuff, and then people didn't want to do the Garlean stuff. People didn't want to do, like, the more grounded stuff. But, like, some of the best story moments have come from the more grounded parts of the game, right? Yeah, they were the primary villains killed off-screen by Wacky Daniel. I mean, yeah! Like, you know, it stinks. Like, I really wish we could have, like, dived more into that, you know? Who's having death as punishment for his crime is a good angle as well? Yeah, I agree. Yup. So, I don't know. It would be interesting. This exploration data and develop new tools for ammunition. The party research symbol. Latest stellar mission. Fill your data set and then report back. Specific tools or prototypes now, but the more data you bring for now, the more we'll be able to include them. Extra tablet, all the details around there. and upgrades it. Okay, interesting. Now Temporane's a mild inconvenience. Yeah, I mean, we had the big story moment of curing Temporane, which I think is really cool. But, yeah, I mean, it's not really a part of the story anymore. You know? It's not really. How many times can I say really? But for Alizé to earn her Archeon mark, she would have to age, and we cannot do that. Go back. This is cool, though. I like how they have the whole stuff set up here. It is very pretty. Is a lot of bunnies, though. And as somebody who does not love da buns, it's not quite my style. Diadem was still fun. Diadem chat was still funnier. I think Alizé should snap and become a Dark Knight. Hell yeah. I feel like marketable Glorbos sometimes they kinda do. And like normally I love bunnies, right? But I don't know, it's weird. It's weird that like for some reason just like the Loporits just don't appeal to Sammys. I don't really know what it is. I think it's because I still have beef with them over the whole Endwalker stuff. That grudge has stayed permanent. Did it work, Eris? Have you had a chance to explore the premises? Rush into things. I only go where there's work to be done. I still think them as the mice. They are kind of nice. I hear that you love your work so much. Your contributions playing a valuable role for future exploits. And the number of things that would do to help flesh out Xenos, help flesh out Rowan. He's got a wife and a kid. Oh, doesn't seem years of fighting for almost war. And a wife and kid for Garlean refugees. That'd be interesting. I mean, any kind of story with more Garlean refugees would be interesting. It'd be really cool to see some of that like flesh out properly. No, I don't disagree. That could be cool. Fun of Xenos having sex is funny to me. A test of your reflexes! Surely they can take the hold. How much people are curious for their assistance? Indeed, and worms are hard to see my kid working together with them. Mr. Kowski Sam, come here, Smage. My latest and greatest nomenclature. Hop along by all means. Anyway, never disappoint. Oh, yeah, this is the normal stuff. Okay. Interesting. Spaceship. Oh, we had a tutorial on this since last you did it. Damn. aspiration is legitimately excited. The commercial company compared to the Ragnarok. It says to its legacy, data collected from the journey, the ultimate tool that was basis for reversibility, right? Stellar currents at the speed of light. Projection of future voyages across the cosmos should be known as the Galactic Way. I see. Here's the unknown and beyond our wildest dreams. Venture further afield, pray accompany me to the Gleep Slip. A part of the agreement, will you? Aw, dang. Actually, this is a good spot to pee. I'm gonna go pee! So, you all be good, or don't be good. I don't know, I can't, like, stop you from being evil. But, don't be evil, that's bad. 1, 2, 3, BRP! Why is it dark? Hi gamers, I've returned. I hope you're not evil now. That would be sad. Don't be evil. Camera settings all funky wonky. Anyway. This stuff is cool. I'm glad they made it for the people who the lunar restoration stuff, I mean. I've been enjoying my little time with it. I'm glad they made it for like the kind of the crafter gatherer folks too. I can see this thing being very appealing. Rainbow crystal. Oh no, that. Go this way. It'd be cool if we got a more morally gray ally in the future MSQ. Yeah, I would agree. I think that would be cool too. I'm not sure we will. We have Hancock. Oh, right. Russian is a spring breeze. Oh, what a silly Billy that Hancock. Will Larito technically count as an ally? He's a guy. He's a dude that exists. I mean, honestly, I think for just like next X-Pack stuff, I think I would really just prefer to see like a continued Dawntrail's just different characters. Like I'm okay not having the Scions around me constantly. Or even just a couple of them, right? Like I want to see different characters. Not necessarily new I mean, I want to see new characters, of course. There's always going to be new characters. But I would like to perhaps focus on some of the cast we already have, because the cast is fucking huge. And maybe getting more attention paid to characters that we don't see nearly enough would be really cool. You know, kind of like literally just like flesh out some of the existing cast as well as like new stuff, you know. Especially since there's something going on with the Void, certainly. What's my favorite raid series? Do you mean normal raids? Do you mean the 8-mans, or do you mean the Alliance raids? During anticipation when the Aether is scarce. That luster compared to inspiration. Flame slip, actually. Everyone went out there traversing the cosmos, obviously shining back. It was reaching the stars beyond us and inspired this part to begin with. Name is Citus, our government's testament to that longing. This is the Garlean. I rather resent that Garlean has become a stand for names of lunar. Features my absence, but it gets to see would be even worse. I should have still for one jump. 20 ways power. Sure. Yeah, I love if we got more Llama T. I think we might, because I have a feeling that especially with Kota, they can like keep him running things, and Llama T can kind of be a bit more free to do stuff. Kona. I could see that happening, where like she's a bit more able to like come with us and do stuff, and I would like that. I mean, I think she's a wonderful character, and I think there's like more that could be done with her. You know, her being in a party with us for XYZ adventure with other people around us could be really cool. Oh my god, Fen. Damn. Brutal. Oh my god. Yeah, but on the other hand, she's a woman. Good lord. Yeah. I hope they don't sideline Lamati. I think there is good excuse in not sidelining her. I think there's potential. I don't know enough about Sphene, given the given that I haven't done the MSQ, but I could see that too. It is not without precedent, unfortunately. That's why I think like Kona could take the brunt of the lost in the X-Pac type of deal. Also, Kona just simply is less of an important character. He's just not nearly as important, you know? Oh, we're going to attempt at Wedding Wave. We're going to use our Armacris to cultivate life on other stars. No way to press, but see for yourself. Wow. Oh yeah. As for my favorite raid series, my favorite 8-man is probably Alexander. To answer that question, Kaiju, I fucking love Alexander. From the music to like the story to just, I just love Idleshire. It's my favorite zone. I like Idleshire and like the old Charlian like area. Like it's literally just my favorite like zone in the entire game. I just fucking love it. To the point where Eris's canonical home is in Idleshire. Like her canonical like home is there. She has several houses, so to speak, or places where she sleeps or can stay in. But her like canonical apartment is in Idleshire. And that's like her home. Graha is allowed to keep his books there. Gotta bring back Zero at some point, right? I believe they're setting Zero up to be big for like a Void expansion. Warrior of Light has the house there if you do the Hildy quests. Exactly, that is true. But Alexander, I think, is my favorite. A to the L, A to the L to the E, Xander. Gobby's gonna rise up and boom like thunder. I love the Gobbies too. I fucking love the Gobbies. So, pretty great. As for the others, the Omega raids were fun. I enjoyed those. The Omega raids were fun. I liked them. The Coils of Bahamut were a wild time. Interesting lore though. And then, well, I mean, it's just made it easier on myself, honestly. These are all the trials books. Oh, Eden. I liked Eden a lot, too. I completely forgot about it. I completely forgot what Eden was called. Eden's really good. I think Eden might have one of the best stories by far. Love Gaia, too. Just absolute banger. I know what Endwalkers are. I fucking hate Endwalkers 8-man. And I have barely done the raids for Dawntrail. But I do plan on doing them soon, and so far I've liked them quite a bit. I love my wrestler fantasies, my WWE fantasies. Following event cannot be skipped. Oh no. coils, I feel like, is still like a relic from like the bygone era, from like the old way of like how they were gonna do Final Fantasy and stuff. Is there anyone who likes the Endwalker 8-player raids? Yes, apparently a lot of people who have been very nasty to me about it. I got a lot of YouTube comments when I uploaded my Endwalker raid VODs. And I got some people in stream even. But yeah, there apparently is some very diehard people who liked it. Which, fine, I guess. I like the fights and the music. I think the fights and the music are great. Yeah, that's not my problem with it. I'll try they made Valhalla worse though. Who's the architect of Satan? Exploding blooms? Eris's favorite. Actually, a magnificent mushroom transplant from Levatorian, hence known as the Microflix. Oh god, these pronunciations are gonna kill me. By the hot summers and the fairies, means fungal flame. Guess but its skills does not bring a mind of fireworks blooming in the night sky. Further refinement perhaps be reached pieces that pop and crackle like the namesake, decided via Manali stars. Though Athena as a fight was cool as hell. It's floating pot. Here's some boat idea, sure it's entirely benign. As the animal's fertile set of puppy spores to say hello. Spores are wont to hitch rides at unsuspecting and rather quickly germinate besides. They've sworn but anyway wasn't planning to plant any. That's funny. Blue flowering top reminds you of a Lunatender, does it not? Indeed, the resemblance is uncanny. The Lunatenders are from theories, shadow timbers that deaf them as invariants, you in turn evolved from Lunatender. Alleged cousins are mixed with Flora, not fauna, and then have attended the more the less autonomy. Oh, that is good to know. Thank you, Alari. Ever so kind. Can I expect anything being referenced in it? Well, Lamau even. Remember the nasty YouTube comments? I think some people say they find those raids interesting, but their answers failed to convince me. Regularly, the moon surface made up of particles too fine and plate roots to come at this. We've been experimenting with the chemical soil treatment. Soil is a remedy to regolith. As you can see, it's already growing a layer of pink moss. Nice. Stars. But, yeah, no, I mean, like, I don't know. People just get, like, like, honestly, this is... I'm gonna get through this cutscene, then I will say my piece. Believe it or not, leafy-looking bushes type of fungus known as the turquoise shag. Healer glow activates in response to the electromagnetic waves, effectively running visible to the naked eye. Growing reaches consistent to debate the possibility of an information wavelength that is being all because of this fun. Look here, so would you like to see more? A couple of games? Oh, okay. I saw a marble. Identified. Cherry's third sky. The area's future whale surely want to share enthusiasm. Let's return to the hub. sandworms. No, my piece that I was gonna say is, like, this started to happen with Endwalker, and Dawntrail really kind of carried it forward. But like, you know, I feel like 14 has a pretty serious problem of like accepting, like the 14 community has a serious problem of acknowledging any issues with 14 at all, whether it's about the community or whether it's about the game in general. So like, you tell somebody, hey, wow, I really didn't like the Pandemonium raids, and then people think you're like ontologically evil, you know, as a result. Like people think you like hate 14. Which, like, on one hand, I get it. Like, the game is very emotional, and a lot of people have a strong emotional attachment to it. I know I certainly do. It is like a toxic positivity thing. That's exactly where I'm going. But a lot of people see 14 as a game that can do utterly no wrong. There's nothing 14 can ever do that's wrong. So then, like, even the barest criticism you make towards it is suddenly treated, I mean, very hostilely. You could just be like, yeah, I didn't like this thing. And then people are like, oh, you fucking idiot? like, they get, like, really, really angry about things. And it's like, chill, dude. People can just have different opinions. You know, just like be able to accept the fact that like 14 is not perfect. Because of course it's not. There's definitely things that these same people don't like about the game. How many people complain about ARR, right? Like fucking everyone complains about ARR all the time, or at least did. And then like what? You can criticize that, I guess. But like you can't criticize certain things. And it does feel a bit of like a toxic kind of positivity thing. Because there's a lot of like the community has a lot of problems. And it's like, you know me, like I like to look at games, I like to look at them analytically, and I like to like talk about what I don't like and what I do like. But ultimately, if you disagree with me, that's fine. But you don't have to like get nasty about it, you know? And if I'm upset about something that happens too, I'm allowed to be upset about something. I'm allowed that like critically, analytically, and sillily, true. I'm allowed to like, if Lala Brea is abusive to his son, and then the game frames him as like a sympathetic figure, I'm allowed to be like, yeah, I don't like that. That's a little uncomfortable. It's upsetting, you know, because it's upsetting, you know? And I'm sure there's a lot of people that would agree with me on that topic. Same thing with like certain portrayals of other topics or other serious issues that may or may not have been, you know, may or may not have been properly given the weight they should have been. It can be upsetting when stuff appears on screen, and especially when like that stuff doesn't get the weight or the gentleness that it should be handled with. That can be upsetting, and people are allowed to be upset about it, especially in the moment. So when people see, oh, someone is upset because they just experienced an upsetting thing and they react with hostility, not only is that not fair, but like it makes me not want to play the game. You know, like it makes me just want to go like, okay, all right, so that's who I'm sharing the game with. Great. Like, I'm not allowed to have opinions or just react in general, right? It's also a bit of a problem with like the 14 community too. That's like really obsessed with like reactions. The whole like emotional vampire stuff. Yeah, it's cool to see people go through stuff that you went through, right? For sure. Interesting to see how the story changes and stuff like that. But like, there's a certain reaction people want you to have, which is kind of a problem. They want a certain reaction from you, and chances are nobody's going to give them everything that they want, because like you can't just do the story again. Like every person's different; they all have different experiences. So when you don't react the right way, people get mad. React to the content streamer. Wait, no, not like that. No, you can't do it like that though. And it's kind of a lose-lose situation, because like, how am I supposed to know what you want me to do? And even if I did want to do it, I can't, because I can't, like, I'm a different person than you are, you know? And it's just like, it's okay to experience the game differently. It's okay to like different aspects of the game, but like, I'm gonna be honest, it's really hard to keep up with the community that just can't like let that stuff go. And I'm not even talking about all the controversies that have happened in the FF14 community, of which there are many, many of them. Ones that have happened around me, even. And I'm gonna be honest, yeah, it just doesn't make me want to play the game, you know? So, like, it's one of those things that just, like, you know, it becomes irksome, and, like, it just demotivates you from, like, interacting with stuff, right? Especially since so much of my enjoyment from 14 came from, like, the fic side, like, you know, the creative side, like, writing fics and like reading fics and like the fan art and like the fan stuff that kind of came from that. But then, like, you know, after a while, it just kind of starts to weigh on you more and more and more. It's like there is a bit of a toxic positivity thing. 14 has to have the best community award, or it has to be this, or it has to be that. And if you know, I don't know. It's just never like the sort of like the pristine image kind of is always going to wear off after a while. Then you're kind of left with the fact that, like, some people got really emotionally invested in the game, probably too emotionally invested in the game, and now it becomes difficult to interact with, like, parts of the game because of it. And if you like certain parts of those games that involve those reactions, well, you just kind of lost part of your reason to play, and, like, that stinks. As, yes, Rose, I would agree with you. So, yeah. If that makes sense. Let's look around, I hope. Isn't all just fantastic? Wax philosophical about the virtues of sharing knowledge. All in all, a lovely time. Speaking my language, couldn't think of there's one more place to visit. You're so fine. Got my attention. Shall we? The Banooies. Here it is, my favorite vista. You can see the entire hub from here. Dang, yeah, looks nice. Especially whenever my motivation starts to wave, the sight reminds me of the dream we're chasing together. My days were started as a joyous occasion. Bluebirds have lost our purpose. Some will it carry on. They got a new starburst to call home, but it was decided that no Exodius would come to pass. The hunger for worlds that remains unseen remained. I fear there's no meaning to be found in it. Old Charlie and I learned the scholars studying and continuing the research of the threat of impending doom. What I learned wasn't damned by the possibilities that might come about. No players can use knowledge without not knowing where it'll end up. I thought, then why not me? Curiosity needs no justification. Yearns for the great expanse, and so be it. The stars all go. Yeah, but how far the Epiphany is taking you, Search Point? But all the initiative, this initiative is built. Epic Way awaits you on the launch pad, and we only need the coordinates to our first destination. Ready for liftoff? Will you follow me to the stars? Adorable. Rabbit Yuri in the stars. I remember learning about the Mean Girls of the FF14 community being so thrown off that there are people like that in an MMO game of all places. Yeah. There's a pretty, there is a pretty timeless, there's a pretty timeless post. Like a pretty timeless Twitter post that was something along the lines of, God, what was it? There was something along the lines of like Final Fantasy XIV has a host of objectively attractive characters, and you can make an objectively attractive character. Like, you can just make a hot dragon girl, a hot cat girl, etc., etc. And what it does is everyone gets to be hot, and they get to be hot, but then you emotionally connect with your warrior of light, and now you're finally the hot, popular girl that you always wanted to be in high school, and it lets you live out that fantasy of being like a mean, popular girl, but just, you know, in a video game, in an MMO. Like, all the people who wanted to be that mean girl get to be that mean girl in, like, 14. Or get to pretend to be, at least. You can see how it builds up. Yeah, nice. Cool. Just want to be a dragon man with cool horns, not go back to high school. Be hot, save the world, walk away sexily. A good, a good Final Fantasy. High school never ends. True. That is serious. Time we discuss the next stage of the initiative. I'm going to get habit everything you could possibly need. Enabling us to focus our efforts on interstellar travel. Indeed, we made a celestial leap. Back to raise unmanned test flight group successful so far. Nora has her maiden voyage. As we set foot on the surface of unexploded star UL-96. Our scouting party is already 969-6? Locally clinical appellation. Where's the poetry, the creative flair? Precisely why I've called upon you. Well, when I come with us to grant us a little more florid epic. As you stayed from the window of the starship, you surely want to want not for inspiration. You need the star itself. I cannot refuse. I shall pour my heart and soul at least one of the stars in the making of this moniker. Or my name isn't name, okay? This new camp would benefit greatly from your skill. Well, not just yours, naturally. The tremendous need for artisanal assistance, on-site invitation open, and contributors will be convinced to make the trek. Back to your necessities means the Cosmoport and Captain Cruising Way is expecting us. Ba-bum. Bum, bum, ba-bum, bum, ba-bum. Purgatory reliving high school. Cruising Way has sunglasses too. The rancid carrot smell of Captain Purdy's flight. God. Did you meet your heirs? My name's Cruising Way, but you may call me whatever you like. Wink. What? Flirty rabbit? Just say the word love and I'll take you to the stars. Interesting. Eris on the spaceship. Bunny is on the spaceship. All passengers ready and willing. Engine that anti-gravity thrusters prepare for liftoff. I like that it opens up. Bunnies on the ship, what will they do? Be Bunny. No stellar coordinates are UL 96 galactic way. Engage. Engage! Why is it purple? And you reconstitute a disengaging Cosmo Hover. I do hope you enjoy the ride. You enjoyed the ride. I like that Eris isn't even sitting down, she has to stand. Incredible. Not allowed to sit. Ooh. Ooh. Oh no, like we dispersed the light there. The glass prism. Charismatic, luminous. I shall henceforth be known as Vienna. Vienna? Was it one of those plans from No Man's Sky that looks Vienna? Looks really pretty from space, but you land on it constantly tries to kill you. Many such cases. Ooh. I like this music better. From friends to Vienna. Christian silicon, which gave rise to a myriad of virtuous quality. Some truly unique native flora to Canada, as well as a veritable font of mineral resources. I explore with caution. We've erected many facilities to make the environments more hospitable. Vienna has many sharp edges. We'll mind the weather conditions and wander into a storm of full glass shards, for instance. In common, afternoon showers with areas is bad enough. Here, my firm will never regain its fluff. Why ever has a star with such hostile climates as our first destination? Excellent question, my friend. The answer lies in the capabilities of our valiant vessel. That we can only travel limited distance, you see, and only along the stellar's current's path. When it exists a tasty character set of reach, wheel operates will find a way to get our paws on it. Another way to think is just a stepping stone. It lies in strategic location in conjunction with bountiful resources, and in time you'll expand our horizon. It hops and back. Bountiful resource work to your skills will be in demand here, Iris. Please refer to your extra tablet aid in every capacity you can. Specialize signing thoughtful appellations to all that I encounter. Wordsmith's work is never done. Fair enough. Okay. So now there's another planet. I wonder if there's gonna be like another one. I like all the glass. We would shoot every last subject outlet for Vienna, enjoy a well-invested sailor for future updates. Nice. Glass blowers. Cool. All the fancy glass. Ooh, pretty. Jackets here. Boom, boom. Green glasses. Have buried missiles already. Nice. Cool. Catch portal. Oh, there's like a different currency to go along with it, isn't there? Oh, I need more credits. Cool. You know, I should really like log in to do this kind of stuff, like when it first comes out. That would probably be the smarter thing to do. For your dedication running to and from initiatives behalf. I got an eyeful of train only for metaphorical sense, I hope. I have yet to be impaled. Well, while we're here, I hardly noticed the shards piercing my tender flesh. God. That's good. Very good. Well done. Much appreciated. Perhaps do see a chair again, though. She and the Lambert is blinding, had I not known. I was driving away from one of the manifolds. There's some sunglasses. I'm back away from what I read, and of course, next tablet, you certainly wasted no time crafting the nomenclature of piano. This has been a spectacular challenge to my entire start from top to bottom. I intend a unifying theme besides, but alas, my work is done. Don't put your feet up just yet, my friend. This is only our first destination. Of course, rest assured I shan't let my dictionaries gather dust. Flowers are made of glass. The rain is also glass. The fish are glass. I enjoy a tour of the Sainus Adorum. Might you join me another edifying jaunt? Dun, 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 dun. Space is cool. Love it when space. Is there a job class you would wish get added in 14's future expansions? More tanks and more healers, please. I think it would be nice to not have 10 billion DPS, I say as a DPS player. We have so many. I like my Q times to be faster. It's one place that hasn't been corrupted by capitalism. Space! Oh, whoops. Just on this way. I liked the idea of like, I like the idea of like an alchemist healer. I think that could be cool. Like an alchemist healer, I think that would be kind of interesting. I think, it's so jazzy. So pretty. I love the glass. Yeah, and like a magic tank would be cool too. I know people have said like geomancy for like a tank or something. Would be like kind of cool. I'd love a tank that uses like double shields though. I think that would be cool. In terms of like actual like roles and stuff, it's like I don't really, you know, I kind of don't know what else they would add. I almost, is it weird to say, I almost don't want them to add too many more classes. We've got plenty already. I still need to unlock Viper and Pictomancer one day. Like, and if they're gonna add anything, I'd like another tank and another healer, frankly. I'd like one more of each. Like, we got 2 DPS last time, which is like, man, guys, it feels like we're just drowning in DPS. And honestly, they don't feel that different. I shouldn't say Pictomancer and, you know, Viper don't because I haven't played them, but like the other classes from each other don't feel that different from each other. Shelters from Vienna's harsh climate. This is a delicate task, you deadly threat and stalwart shield. Crafter's vessel is speaking both beauty and strength with wild gas flow and gravity. Real flame which goes multiple marbles. Fragile looks man elaborate 15 glass blowers. Dennis Opera, let's venture westward on a ponderous street. Hooray! I would almost prefer them put some of the classwork elsewhere into like other things. I know there were like hints or discussions of like instead of classes being released for like the next X pack, it would just be every class gets overhauled and something like that, which I honestly wouldn't necessarily mind. I would like the classes to feel a bit more different though, because I definitely feel like circa like some of the content of like Endwalker into Dawntrail, things have felt a bit samey. I'm not just complaining about Black Mage, but just like I've heard that kind of complaint echoed from a lot of people too. So it'd be cool to see like maybe the whole like all of the classes get like kind of a revamp to make them all feel a bit different, a bit more unique, with a bit more purpose. And then if they don't introduce new classes, I think that's fine. Like, I don't think they need to. Likewise, I don't necessarily need more levels either. It's like I don't need us to go past level 100. Should you try to consume the fish, find yourself not with a plate of glass? Peckerite, these imposters, sectors, if you will. Petrified globals animated by the dense aether flowing beneath. Discovering any true animals on the star. Only golems and other arcane entities. Never categorized as efficiency. Are they spirits, elementals? Fairies just reminder of vast nature and affinity of our own understanding. Merely the easy names next. Do we heat things up? Upward hope. I love that, like, everything is made out of glass. Like, literally everything is glass here. What a freaky place. More glass. Yeah, like I don't know. Like I don't necessarily need like more like leveling work to do because that was never like part of my like appeal. Like I don't really like leveling to just level the game up. Sure, it can be satisfying to get stuff leveled up, but like, you know, it's kind of like you're kind of running on a track that will never run. Like you'll never like finish stuff because it'll just always keep going. You know. Grass looks incredibly unsafe. True. But like, I don't know. I'm curious to see what they're cooking up, though. I can say that much. It'll be interesting. Are they spraying the lava so we can, like, walk on it? You're kind of at a point where, like, where do you go from here with the classes? Yeah, exactly. You know, it's like, what do we do next? I know the Dawntrail Yoshi P mentioned like the perchance for more classes to be like just unique to FF14 being released in the future, kind of with like Viper and Pictomancer being like good examples, and like that makes sense because it's like how many like where you know where are we going, you know. Like what next? I don't know. It would be interesting to see them like take things in a different direction, like maybe not releasing classes and just doing like a giant slew of updates, right? I wonder if people would be upset about that though. Like people would be mad about the about like the fact that that's they're not getting new classes. I don't know. It's kind of the same thing with like the species too, right? Now that we thankfully have rock gals, like, do we really need more? I know some people like want to play Loporits or like stuff like that, but you're always gonna have people that want to play like a Loporit or, you know, a Gobbo. I'd love a Gobbo. But, you know, we probably don't realistically need those things. Especially when there's still problems getting certain species to wear hats. There's still hat problems. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I would just be worried about, like, bloat and stuff like that within the game. Class bloat, if you will. I'm definitely curious to see what they're cooking up. One day Viera will wear hats, one day. One day. One day those silly bunnies will. This is pretty. I can now. Some of them, that is true. Some. Future parts of the naming besides. When given a term for each and every stick for you, you need to hesitate to ask. Spiky tree. Yeah, the bubbles under common definition. I'm just seem right, it's just outside I understand what it constitutes a plant. Standard oak is one of the species exposed to spikes. Convert sunlight into energy, though the process we've not yet begun to fathom. As about said spikes, in some forms of awakens to both the being branchly, and there's some kind of connection to the tree's uniquely harrowing environment. Tree with purple canopy? Big mushroom? That resembles something as if Wenway's Bowery, doesn't it? But it is in fact a tree after a fashion. Presumably at Axia? They were not made of glass plate atop the glass cane, thus they're turned to display an Axia. They're supposed to be of a unique shape of all the means of precious soft, malleable bark from shard showers, but research is still ongoing. Appreciate the flowers of Miriam. Not lovely how the delicate petals almost resemble leaves. I don't surely think them handcrafted, but I assure you each bloom has pollen and seeds like any other species. For the assistance of animals, we can only assume the poor deers are entirely dependent upon strong gusts of wind. Damn. Rough. Factated glass caught your eye? This unheard of naturally occurring crystals take identical shapes. These plants defy conventional wisdom. Scholars posit as an effect of the star's unique ethereal properties, a topic has sparked a lively debate within the fields of botany and aetherology. Iridescent terrain. It's so pretty. I love how the glass, like how everything is glass. And all is this like very just shiny, kind of like vivid imagery. It just looks really good. As they rainbow from iridized rise derives its title. Cause estimated the region which was a string of small ponds, each filled with liquid glass. As temperatures fell, they gradually solidified. Different colors can indicate variations in sediment below the individual ponds. Ah, bless. Loporits do so love our rainbows. Hey, little rabbits. The splendors was most thoroughly beheld. Lighted that it has, by your keen eyes, all but my newly designed little darlings. Curious, compared to the sea of stars, there are no shortage of novelties. For a dreamer, first destination would be so unlike appearing. And pianist summoned in its glass is the power to surprise us. Each new discovery is more intriguing than the last. Fills with questions whence came the strange shapes, the colors, the sounds, why these and none other? Hopes of a design so grand I will never see the whole world of, even if the lifespan is lengthy as my own. Someday, somehow, someone will know the shape of it. Follow in our footsteps, cradle the fragile things we leave behind. The more I spend on Vienna, the more I feel like this is the path Heidelin wished for her children. And you and I may make one small step. The journey doesn't belong to us alone. I should start course back to searching Rainbow for Adele's. You've kept him waiting long enough. Benoonies. Oh. Not mean to scarily take out my fishing rod. I also like the hoverboard stuff. That's a fun way to get around. To get around a zone. Brats walking. What? Where? What? Me when I see tasty sausages running away from me. I am hallucinating. It does beat walking though. I do agree. I feel so fancy. Meow. One day we'll be free of the typo curse. Hoverboard is a fun mount. Yeah, no, I mean, it looks great, honestly. There's a lot of fun mounts. There's like so many fun mounts. Do you guys have a favorite mount? I think mine is still the pod from the new raids. I still love that silly little mount. And just hairs dangling from it. Rose looks so silly when they hold on to it. This is scintillating. Together we made many class-based discoveries and the team made it thus far. Look, without a visit to the crowning achievement. What does that mean? Presenting the Fianna Stelloscope. The Fianna Stelloscope. H12SO? Nice. Now the dragon up for when you get all the dragons, mouse, and shadowbringers. Hell yeah. Omega. Grand and vegetarian. Where is that? Telescope, we've already cited several more stars possess ether in abundance. Stars I can show you right now. Oh, the cell phone. Right. Those are Excel tab thing. Looks like a cell phone. We're really embracing the sci-fi in Dawntrail. Stunning, nay, stupendous. There's like, whoa, pretty colors. Each living sea contains myriad possibilities. We're going to explore them all to the last. Leopards are masters of narrative whiplash. They truly are. Breathtaking enough, I can scarcely imagine what else is out there waiting for us. No until further analysis. There's a celestial current strong enough, they yet find new life, new civilizations. Granted, I've heard the stories, Etienne's journey, many stars she watched fall to despair. Eris remembers. Myself learned of it not long after your first part of the initiative. Most lamentable tale. At the edge of existence, were you not yours? Pray tell, what precisely did you see? Woohoo! Here's a bizarre life forms patronizing cafe, also soup. Miss January told me of the last dregs of unusual patrons in Elysium, where the paths of potential take form. As what others have seen, we wish to make the journey, read what was lost, find my own meaning in it. What do we do if we not owed to our fellow life forms to hold on to the hope of the last? What if they are out there? As to say, our research team's already debating on the merits of correspondence versus non-interfering. For sparks of hope amid the despairs of darkness. How poetic. But it is, so we're going to use our telescope to comb every inch of the galaxy in search of a new galactic foothold. The Loperate Empire! It be cocooned within celestial currents and hospitable to more than just a plant edition. The ideal candidate will be cocooned in celestial currents, hospitable to more than just plantish things. Good luck! That's where we'll find what we're searching for. Be in touch once we've settled on coordinates. Until then, there's work to be done. Yeah, it would have to be cocooned in celestial currents, right? Because then it wouldn't be able to function otherwise. Because Metien's song would have reached it. The end song would have reached it. Alright, I am caught up. Look at me go. We saw the whole thing. Look at that. That's fun. There. Goo crawler. Love me a goo crawler. Don't you guys love it when goo crawler? Congrats. Thank you. Ah. Goo. Now that we've checked out this stuff, just for like future's sake and whatnot, like what other interesting patch stuff could be done? Because I know there was. Oh no, I went the wrong way. Actually, no way. I can just go this way. Or what would be interesting enough to like to kind of go do? Because I know there was this, obviously. I mean, there's a new deep dungeon, but I've never been very successful when it comes to deep dungeons. Do I have to have done the other deep dungeons to unlock this one? There's the Monster Hunter crossover, right? I should do that. Only potted up to level 50. I haven't done that. I haven't done that, so that's a problem. Maybe I should do that. Crawler. I love that I have my own little like bait inventory and stuff. Like I love that it's like it's not just filling on my inventory. That's great. About 50 is easy to speedrun it. I wouldn't mind doing deep dungeons with like a group. I think as a group it could be a lot of fun. Get Max to carry. Oh, I mean, yeah, she could carry me if she wants to. Oh, you mean through the dun? Oh. Sorry. I think if I bugged Ashley for it, that could be fun. Massively with the patch. Oh, that's good. By far, the most accessible deep dungeon due to being able to start in higher levels. Oh. And is that the new one? The Eel Explorer. Yeah, I think it would be fun to do with friends. I just need to like do with friends. I'm sure Ashley would be down. 3 floor sets instead of 7. Yeah, that's fair. I always thought the deep dungeon stuff was cool, but it was just like, it was always like a fair bit of investment to do it like by yourself, and it was kind of hard. And like runs could end frustratingly quick. So I was just kind of like, I just kind of stopped. But there's a new field operations, right? There's a new field operation too. That could be fun to try as well. More field operation. And I do need to do the MSQ at some point. Occult Crescent. And that's like still ongoing, isn't it? Yeah. Being added to OC next month, but no new zones or content 7.5 as far as I'm aware. Oh, only got the first zone so far. Yeah, that would be fun to do before they add the second zone, so I can like not get overwhelmed and feel like I have to rush through it. So yeah, that would be fun to try too. That wouldn't be bad to dip our toes into. Silver star rating. Wahoo! That'd be smart. I'm so good with my silly Kathy line. And Major General. Where do you go to unlock Occult Crescent? Do you guys know? That was a lot of XP. This is a great way to level. You said a Triliolo? Okay. We'll definitely check that out sometime. If not, maybe tonight. But like, we can always come back to stuff too, you know, right? I'm gonna keep trying to get 3 houses to work. But this will, again, continually depend on my spoons and time. As I have said, you never know. You never know with capture cards. I'm sure I can get it to work eventually. I just don't know how long it's gonna take. It also doesn't help that I'm like serially busy too. I don't have like a ton of time to just sit there and like piece it out. That's honestly the biggest problem I'm like suffering from is like your girl's just been really busy lately with like work and friends and like family stuff too. The holidays coming up, like trust me, there's a lot of planning going into my holidays. Also, just like remember, I moved recently, and like I'm still getting stuff set up. You know, like different things. Like I have a dentist appointment. I have a new dentist, so that's exciting. But like, you would not believe. Like, it feels like every time I'm just like, aha! I think I've switched everything over that I need. Just what do you mean? There's another thing. If anything in the backlog get bumped into capture card doesn't get fixed. I mean, I'm not gonna forget, like, I'm not going to, like, abandon Fire Emblem unless my capture card is like broke. If it's like broke, and I don't believe it is, but if it's like broke, then I would be like, well, okay, shit. The Nishi metaphor will likely happen at some point. I might dedicate like a metaphor stream or two, just to clear the game out. I also might just do more 14. You know, I might just play some more 14. Who knows? We might do some MSQ. We might like just do some of the patch stuff too, like you know, kind of like play around in the game as well, because 14 is easy to kind of like pick up, you know, obviously. Untitled work number 11. So like 14 might be a game that we kind of just like pick up in place of that a little bit. Also, I'd be remiss to mention Ashley and I are planning to do a playthrough of something here soon. I won't say what quite yet. But we are planning on doing a playthrough of some more stuff. Because Ashley and I mean, oh boy, new co-op. Yippee! Yippee! We've really enjoyed like the group games we've played before, and there might be more fun co-op games in the future due to a particular event close in the future here. So there might be some more fun stuff, co-op stuff, but like I've really enjoyed like the collabs with Ashley. Like I think it's been a lot of fun, and we both want to do more of it. So gonna have to figure out what gonna have to figure out like the times on that stuff, and that will keep us occupied. If it's the one I think we're going to do, it's gonna be long. But I don't really mind that. I mean, again, it's fun. We both have really enjoyed like we both really enjoyed Halo, and fish got away. Halo and such. It's been a good time. So yeah, I don't know. We'll have to we'll figure out exactly the timing on that kind of stuff, but I do think Fire Emblem will be fixed eventually. So another Ashley game, more 14, Metaphor, and the Persona 3 DLC, which we still have not done too. Like those are all probably things on the horizon. Aside from past those, probably will depend. Also, just like, I got like a lot in my brain right now, trying to think of like what with like the holidays and stuff. There's no Hades 2 without Fire. Right, Hades 2. That's another one that needs to happen. Hey, right. Things are splendiferous. How are you? I need to do Hades 2. I forgot about that. Yeah. No Hades 2 without Fire Emblem. Quite possible. Unless after Yakuza we do Hades 2. Assuming I still can't get Fire Emblem to work, but I almost feel like that probably won't happen. Probably. Like ghost some. Try a different spot. All the Steam achievements for it. I mean, I'm sure it's awesome, you know. Just got away. I have no doubts it is fantastic. I just need to like get the time to play it, and I'm busy. Too bad someone texted me the person got the wrong number, but rather than shooing them away, we ended up becoming friends. Well, that is kind of funny. Well, now you have a new silly friend. Congratulations. What's up, Larry? Yay! Okay. Sold. Lassie from Singapore visiting a relative that's living in London. Interesting. Oh, hell yeah. I'm still here. Some of the fish traits are very silly. I love them. I'm glad you have a new Singaporean friend. That's fun. It allows you to fish in salty water in like the last Stormblood zone. It is kind of silly. Oh, Ella kept saying, "I'm not this person." Oh yeah, Runeterra lore. I always thought the like Runeterra lore was really cool. I'm just sad that I'm just very sad that the main game again for Runeterra is League of Legends, which is just oof. It's tough to play sometimes. The only salt lake in the entire game? Really interesting. I guess that makes sense. I mean, you mentioned salt, like this like body of like a salt lake. I'm like, I don't recall there being one. Salt Lake City in Stormblood. If the oceans exist, they don't require that trait. It is weird. I guess, like, you know, the Salt Lake is probably particularly salty. Especially salty. Anything out of boring day? Oh, that's nice. Yeah. I mean, sounds like she's sweet. Nothing wrong with bumping into some strangers, you know. And we're all people on the planet together, so no shame in no shame in existing and living in different space, you know. No shame in being friendly with people around you, your community. Oh, boring. Something, something, as good politics would say. Something, something. There's only 2 champions in the book. That's kind of interesting. Go back to the headquarters for that. This is a great way to level up, though. Lots of XP and just, like, generally very chill. Really should get better here, though. We just stockpile a fuck ton of different baits or crafting materials or anything. Yeah, I actually love that. Like, that, it's funny to say, that might get me crafting. That legitimately might get me crafting. I'm not kidding. Because that was always my, like, that was always my beef and my issue with, there's always my beef with, like, crafting was just, like, the inventory management, which I am notoriously already very bad about. Just making it worse. Oh. I need more credits. Hologram. Farm scripts for some of the old exclusive flame outfits. Inventory bloat is so real. It's bad. Wait, I'll get that. Oh, you get materials. Good for here. No, honestly, like I like this. Like I think this is a very Sammy friendly way to do this kind of content. Crafting is gathered into items. It's all self-contained, but still a lot of inventory slots to juggle. Yeah. I've always preferred gathering over crafting anyway, but a good chunk of that is because of inventory stuff. I just get so overwhelmed with, like, inventory management in 14. I really struggle with it. And I need to go through even more of my inventory to actually get rid of stuff, but, like, again, I just, like, can't. So if we start doing more regular 14 stuff, I could make the eventual goal of just, like, I'm going to, like, get rid of, like, one item per stream or something. Like, destroy, sell, you just get rid of one item per stream. That would probably really help me. handbar. Collect. Oh, there we go. There we go. Yes. I got confused. There we go. Really good enough inventory management to survive being an omnicrafter. My retainers do need some work though. Yeah, I just like it just overwhelms me so bad. Book but get double points. Ooh. Yeah, who looked at cooking and thought that was okay? It's a lot. I wish there was like a special crafter inventory you would get for just crafting. Oh wait, whoops. Side quest do that at least. I also love so much to have a tackle box inventory. That would be nice. Hey, finally. Shell. Ugh. We always go down to that. Pretty good. Yippee! Yeah, I know crafting just overwhelms me, and it's a lot of micromanagement that I do not like in my games. Like, it's weird, because, like, I will... Like, one of my favorite games is, like, Crusader Kings, right? I like grand strategy games, I do. I play them for enjoyment, even though you need like a fucking thesaurus of different kind of a different kind of like knowledge and statuses and abilities and things like that to like fully understand. But like something like crafting, which is also very minutia focused, is like brain hell for me. It like explodes my brain. For whatever reason. And a lot of questionable marriages. A lot of questionable marriages. I don't try to. I try to avoid it. That's thoughts on Factorio. Pretty cool. Not one I played extensively though. I'm more excited for what like Europa Universalis 5 I think just got released. I'm looking at that. I don't know you're a CK head. Yeah, I am. I Crusader Kings 3 is like one of my favorite games. Mandate Under Heaven just came out, and that's been super fun. It's one of those, like, I don't really play strategy games on stream. That's not really something I do. But, like, I really quite like them. I also like the Total War games. Copy Cracker Backers, so I don't have to think about it. I mean, that's the right way to do it, Storm. Like an automatic calculator to figure out material list to keep track of stuff all as if you try to do it all in your head. Playing right now. It's, CK3. Think. Am I gonna get any? God damn. Take some time. We're just gonna do another one because I was getting stuff there, but like not enough. But I was getting stuff there, and I'm getting nothing from here. Oh, EU5. Ah, nice. Are you liking it? Is it enjoyable? The EU5 has a ridiculous amount of scale, but it's kind of like a spiritual successor to Crusader Kings. I just really like Crusader Kings like wackiness and general like politics that you can do with it is very fun. What do you mean by glitter who? For some reason I like CK but not EU. Probably the character focus. Yeah, I think the character focus for Crusader Kings is like really strong. Because like you get to like feel like the ruler getting to do like your ruler stuff, you know? And like there's different play styles and there's different ways to play and like different things you can do and like all that's really cool. It keeps the game feeling like fresh. EU is involved. It's big. It's on a really huge scale. Really huge scale. They're gonna be kind of intimidating. Not how like CK3 can be. Scary death audio from one of the games. And some of the immoral deeds players commit. You can do some wacky shit in Crusader Kings. Like some wild stuff. This was intimidated with the mechanics, but I first CK in Victoria since I was able to naturally drift them earlier. But is EU5 a bit easier to get into, do you think, Sank? Because I did hear, like CK3 versus CK2, it is like a lot more approachable. And they're focused on making like it easier to play, to like understand. Even like I hadn't played CK3 in a while, until because I started recently playing it again, right? And there are some updates that they made that I didn't realize they made. I'm like, oh, these are good quality of life updates. These are really helpful, actually. Like aptitude, like you can just like when they have like your like the jobs you can hire for your court positions, you can just see the aptitude, and then if you hover over the menu, you can see exactly like why they have that aptitude instead of just like looking at their stats and like their traits and going, yeah, these are probably good. You can like actually see like a summary, like a number for it, which is like, oh, that's really helpful. Well, right now I do like the Heft of the Presence. 5 comes off as more historical right now. I'm in the tutorial, so far it's doing its job. That's good. Under Heaven, I like it a lot. I get to live the dream of being a Chinese bureaucrat. Hell yeah. That's fun. Yeah, I honestly think like doing like living the Chinese bureaucrat dream would be very fun. And honestly, like it's really cool that they had like they really brought like all of East Asia too. Like you have Angkor and like Korea and stuff like that too. It's just like really cool to see like like all build up. Plus the community's just funny too. I always love like hearing like people talk about like the game and whatnot. GTA 6 is delayed again. Something tells me that game's not coming out ever. Man, they probably shouldn't have fired their unionizing staff if they wanted it to get out really quickly. Well, I'm having terrible luck. Maybe it's my item level. That could be it. Oh. Shit. Terrible time to click that. Where it said morale Rockstar's very low. I wonder why. And somewhere Anu representation. Yeah, I saw that too. They have like their own kingdom and everything. I thought that was really awesome. Like hell yeah. I wonder if, like, I honestly wonder if the, if we're gonna see, like, another expansion for CK3, hit, and it's gonna be, like, Sub-Sahara Africa. Because, like, I noticed, like, with the way the map is looking, I feel like the map could go south next. And that'd be kind of interesting. If they did that. First thing that comes to mind when it comes to MMOs, for you, it's always exploring. I would say it's probably like dungeons. Possibly might get wrapped into a trade DLC. True. There could be a big trade DLC. And with Mandate on Under Heaven coming out, we're not going to get a huge map expansion for a while. I don't think. Probably going to be at least like a couple years. Aztec Invasion 2 would be very funny. It would be very interesting. Good old video games. Yeah, I imagine a lot of the next year for video games for Sammy's is going to be a lot of just playing the games I already have and like catching up on stuff. I talked about it a little bit on Will's birthday stream, but like yeah, I think next year's releases don't have a ton that I'm looking forward to. Kiwami 3, I believe. I think Kiwami 3 is 2026. Looking forward to that, of course. But yeah, there's not like a ton that's coming out that I'm like digging it down for, which is okay. Not everything has to be for Sammy's. Then like 2025 was like a pretty damn good year for games, I feel. Next year is backlog year. Yeah, for sure. Fun year for RPGs? Oh yeah, for sure. Been a lot of good stuff. 2026 Deltarune Chapter 5. True! You're right, Chapter 5 is coming out soon. Excited for that. Every once in a while I think I should get back into Warframe, because I did play that game for years, and then I look at like a Warframe menu and I go, nah, I'm good. I'm okay. Oh, thank God. Holy hell. And now we're level 69. Diorama 2x2. Sorry, I saw the D word and I lost all of my internal organs. I've recently started playing Warframe. I have recently considered giving up on Warframe. But Sammy, sexy alien robots. Look, I have Hildren, and I have fully accepted they will not make a sexier robot. I have Hildren already. What more do I want? Like, come on. Like, she's perfect. What more can they give me?
Nasty gamer.
Hi, Bones.
I think 2026 should be the year of the Mass Effect trilogy. Tongue.
You know, guys, I think year 2028 should be the year of Mass Effect trilogy. What do you guys think? Bones, thank you so much for the 50 plus 7, 57 months. That's kind of pogging. I'll get to Mass Effect eventually. I will mark my words. One day. Have never played it. Well, have played a little bit of it. I've played some Mass Effect, but I have certainly not played the trilogy. Next, we'll drag you through it eventually. Chat, I'm doing my best. Doing it with Ashley could be fun. What's that, 2036? Yeah! No. Demi plays Chrono Trigger. I probably should play Chrono Trigger, to be honest. That wouldn't be a bad idea. Will either all be dead or aliens have arrived? Haven't. Look, I'm planning on being alive forever, like a vampire. Hiss. Oh, level 90 mission. Gee. I'm sure the level A missions are like level 100. Sammy, would you ever consider playing a Tales game? Berseria, cough, cough, cough. If you haven't already. I have not played any of the Tales series. I hear Arise and Berseria are both up my alley, though. I know my roomie played Arise, and she enjoyed it, except she said, like, the very last chunk of it was an absolute slog. So I wouldn't mind playing one of the Tales games, because I hear good things about them pretty consistently. I just haven't done it. But I probably will one day. Stretch. Who does this take? Oh, it just brings me here. Okay, that makes sense. New MMOs? Interesting. I think Berseria is up your alley. Yeah, I'm told I would like Berseria. Yeah, wait, is the Riot MMO coming out in 2026? I thought that got stalled. Stalled out a little bit. Oh, you can travel to instance areas too. Characters are fun. Combat got stale. I've heard a similar complaint about Arise. Yeah, no, honestly, I wouldn't mind doing like more RPGs in general. I do love my RPGs. Just kind of trying to do like different kinds of stuff too, right? We were on that Persona train for a while, and we've been playing a lot of Final Fantasy, so I want to play more Final Fantasy, of course. That's kind of Tales combat in general, just like in the late game. Yeah, I hear it can be. I hear it just gets to be kind of a slog after a while, like in the late game. But like, I mean, it happens. You're never gonna have everything be like 100% perfect for your delicious RPG. Your delicious, so tasty RPG. Nope. Mm-mm. I think Bizarre is def worth looking at. Probably. Mm-mm. I don't disagree. I think I think I would be interested. All right, I am going to end though a little bit early. I am tired. I also have a bit of a headache. Like I said, today was a lot, so I'm just kind of wiped. Um, but I did have fun getting into the exploration stuff and the crafting or the lunar stuff. The name, you know the name. We'll probably do some more Final Fantasy XIV soon. I am kind of getting the bug back a little bit. I did have fun with this, and I do want to do Occult Crescent, especially while it's current. So I would expect me to do some more stuff. I know, as a heads up, probably this month is going to be potentially having small, like either shorter or just like slightly less streams. Not none, but like November's a busy ass month for me, just in terms of like both work and getting ready for the end of the year, and also like family stuff. I have a lot of like Thanksgiving's a big holiday for my family, so there's a lot of planning, there's a lot going on, and preparing for that too, especially since I moved. So there's that. Also, I'm still trying to get a car, so like that's a whole thing. But there's just a lot going on. But I do appreciate you guys being here, and I did have fun. It was good to just kind of chill out and relax after my frustrating capture card debacle. But yeah, everyone go give Angelus and a Wooga Booga who's playing Tactics. And I will see all of you later. Bye!
Yeah. Honestly, looking to actually kill people. So